If you look at a thermal image of a city and then compare that to a map of vegetation, you'll find that where there's greenery, the temperature is lower. That's because things like asphalt, concrete, and shingled roofs absorb more heat from the sun than trees. This is the urban heat island effect, and it accounts for higher temperatures in cities, often by several degrees compared with their surroundings. It's becoming a huge risk to human health as growing urban populations exacerbate the heating effects of climate change. Heat waves kill more people than any other extreme weather event, more than tornadoes, hurricanes, and even floods. That's why urban heat island mitigation strategies are being studied in Singapore by a group of researchers. The government-backed project called Cooling Singapore is now in the process of combining everything they've learned to create a digital tool that can help cities all over the world, starting with Singapore. In Singapore, close to the equator, temperatures regularly rise above 32 degrees Celsius or 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And the city structures only make it worse.
And that is also the case for Singapore, which is basically a concrete jungle, more urbanized, more developed city. And even in Singapore, what you have is a situation whereby there's a temperature difference of 7 degrees Celsius between the more urbanized and the more rural areas.
The government has taken drastic steps to keep temperatures down. This is Gardens by the Bay, an award-winning park, and inside this greenhouse is a pleasant 24 degrees. That's because the dome, along with 24 nearby towers full of thousands of people, is chilled by what's probably the world's largest underground district cooling system. It uses a large central plant that cools water and then pipes it into banks, residential towers, an exhibition centre, shopping malls, and the city's iconic Marina Bay Sands hotel and casino complex.
So one of the biggest perks of using this system for the buildings is that they can save 40% in terms of electricity usage compared to your traditional air conditioners.
And with Singapore relying on natural gas for most of its power, this new system means emission savings equivalent to removing 10,000 cars from the city's roads. That has big implications for the rest of the world. If things stay as they are, more than a third of the world's electricity could end up being used to cool buildings and vehicles by 2050.
As the world gets hotter, gets warmer, there is a greater need for air conditioning and as well as refrigerators, for instance. And the more people are buying these household appliances, the more energy usage they use, and they release heat more, and that then exacerbates climate change.
It's a vicious circle. And so since 2017, researchers at Cooling Singapore have been identifying design solutions that reduce our need for so much cool air in the first place.
One thing many cities have in common, and that's the importance of vegetation. That's a very important measure to mitigate the urban heat because of the shading effect, of course, and the psychological effects of the vegetation, and also because of the possible evaporative cooling effect of the vegetation. Vegetation can be, of course, on the ground floor in form of trees and shrubs, and you can walk under them. This is the so-called canopy layer that the vegetation forms above us. But vegetation can also go up the facades of buildings, and it can go to the roof of the buildings.
Luckily, Singapore has been striving for the garden city feel for quite some time. It was a vision initially introduced by then Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew in 1967 to make life more pleasant for people. And today, Singapore is one of the world's greenest cities in terms of urban vegetation. Kampung Admiralty, a community centre that contains health facilities and social spaces, now provides more green space than the plot of land it was originally built on. It's topped by a roofscape of staggered terraces covered in local plants, which functions as a community park, and a village green in the centre that contains farm plots for residents to tend to. Park Royal on Pickering was designed as a hotel in a garden that doubled the green-growing potential of its site. There's now 15,000 metres of sky gardens, reflecting pools, waterfalls, planter terraces and green walls. And the government has big plans as well.
Singapore actually has a plan to plant 1 million trees and add more green spaces over the next 10 years. It is actually a mix of wanting to reduce the urban heat island effect, but on the other hand is also to get the people to be more connected to nature.
But it's not enough. The city-state has still been warming twice as quickly as the world average over the past 6 decades. That's why Cooling Singapore has developed a catalogue of other potential heat mitigation measures.
When you try to mitigate the urban heat island effect in a city or in any building, in a village as well, the first place to start is by shading of the windows. You have to keep areas clear so that the wind can move through it. Water of a certain depth can act as a very good thermal buffer. If you have to construct heavy buildings such as high-rises, at least you can make the surface, the facade, less heavy, and you can protect it from direct sun penetration. We have to make sure that no combustion engines will be in the city in the middle, in the medium to long-term range. So ideally, the electricity production is outside of the city, and you bring just the clean electricity into the city. You can at least minimize the use of energy in the city, and you can start to slowly convert the roofs, the facades of the city into production areas for renewable energy. In Singapore, unfortunately, this is a limited option, but in the long run, it could produce up to 20-25% of the energy, of the electricity needed in Singapore if all the roofs and the areas in the buildings, on the facades would be used to do that.
With so many different ideas, Cooling Singapore is also designing a virtual model of the city to test them out. It's called a Digital Urban Climate Twin, or DUCT, that will calculate how each element of the city's design will impact the urban heat island effect.
That means we model not only the geometry of the buildings digitally, but also we model the transportation, the insulation, the temperature, the radiation coming from the sun, the weather, the local climate, the even very, very microclimate of the city, the water, the movement of people in the city. We can invent scenarios, we can design scenarios, test them before we actually build them, and if they test very well and we are sure that they will function, then we can start to build them and put them into reality.
Singapore will be using this new tool to figure out which actions it should take next. And the model can be applied to any city, whether it needs to keep heat out or keep heat in, which will ultimately save energy, slow climate change, and improve our quality of life.
So this is something that Singapore will be able to export, maybe even together with its city development systems that it already has. Singapore is one of the very few cities in the world that really combine this scientific approach with a very well-established urban redesign and urban design approach. Through its agencies and the combination of its agencies, it has achieved a lot in the past. If it keeps following the scientific path and the combination with the other knowledge in the city already, we think that it will be a very comfortable and very livable city in the future, even more than today.
Times are tough. Jobs are scarce. It's risky to be outside and around others. Seems like there's very few ways to make extra money during a pandemic. So I guess I'll just hunker down and binge social media until this all blows over. Wait, don't these people make money? How do these people make money? Streamers, YouTubers, Twitch stars. How do they make money? Is it a lot? Is it a lot of work? I know, I gotta ask somebody in the biz, and I got just the guy. Austin John Plays.
This is your full-time job now, right?
As of November of last year, yes. This was always just kind of like a side thing. Like, any money that I made from doing my videos and whatever else, I never touched that because I didn't really think of that as being like real money. And then it started coming in more and more. And then it was like I hit my first day that I broke $1,000 and I was like, this is actually going to be money.
How did the YouTube channel come to be?
When the game Pokemon Sun and Moon came out for the 3DS, there was like things that I learned about the game, and then I wanted to just share that information with people. And at the time, I didn't have any way to capture a screen or anything, so I found like generic footage and I kind of put it all together with so much editing. And that video got 6 views. And then 2 days later, I made another one. And that one got 12 views. And then I just started pumping out more and more content, and people were like, this guy knows what he's talking about. It really just started building on top of itself, and then it was like, my channel really focuses on tips and tricks. So I play a straight 18 hours, and I'll finish the game or get to about the 40-hour mark, and then I'll make my first video. While I'm going through, I have a giant notepad and just scribbles everywhere, and I make these notes of like the things that stumped me, so I know the things that may stump other people.
What do you need to think about if you're building your YouTube channel?
1, you need to do something that you're passionate about. Not that you like, not that you think you're gonna make money on, something you're passionate about. The other thing is something that other people are passionate about. It holds a special place to them. And third is, it needs to be something that people are gonna seek out information on. In order to enter into the marketplace, you either need to be better than everyone else, you either need to be faster than everyone else, or you need to be more accessible than everyone else. And you can't be more accessible because it's already on the platform. Granted, if you understand how the algorithm works, which is very similar to Google Analytics, then yeah, you can have a little bit of a head start. But if you're not doing it faster, and if you're not doing it better than everyone else, then why should anyone watch your channel? So my income as a YouTuber kind of breaks down to 3 different ways. 1, which is the bulk of it, which is ad revenue. Whenever you go and you watch a video and then there's an ad and then you wait 5 seconds and you hit the bottom right corner and then you go on to the next video, or a non-skippable ad, or the video starts immediately, you get the little banner ad at the bottom, or if you scroll down from the video, the first thing that shows there is an ad. Those are the 4 different types of ads that can appear on every single YouTube video. And all of them pay a certain amount. It varies on lots of things, like the country of the person who posts it, the country of the person who watches it, the time of year, where you are in the quarter, if there's anything going on with a reduction in ad revenue. Like, great example, COVID-19, companies weren't spending as much on advertising. So because of that, CPM went down. CPM stands for click per thousand. I'm using the Roman numeral for 1,000. And that means that for every 1,000 views, you get a certain amount of money. Now, on low ads, when I first started off, my CPM was 30 cents. So every 1,000 views, I made 30 cents. But then once I signed with an MCN and I started making more quality content and more engaging content, some of my better videos and certain times of the year, I can see CPMs as high as $12 to $14. And there's a big fluctuation between, you know, if I post a video when there's no ads being spent, like January and February, that's the reason a lot of your favorite YouTubers and also TV shows don't post new videos in that time of year because ad rates are down. Why are they going to make content then? Instead, you're recording and you're bulking up for when ad revenue is higher. The second way that a YouTuber makes income is support, crowdfunding, things like that. When I first started off, Patreon was really the only option, but then they started rolling out supporters and members for YouTube channels. So whenever I have a live stream, you can click a button and then you can become a member, and then you get special icons next to your name. I believe they're called badges, or on any video, you can hit the join button, and that helps support the channel. And then the third aspect of that would be merch. And for me, my merch has been somewhat basic. In fact, I'm wearing one of my t-shirts from last year right now. You have to endure the times that your first video gets 6 views, that you post it on Reddit and they say, shut up, and then an auto mod bans you. You have to go through that, because until you go through that and you discover why you're doing it, you're not doing it for other people, you're doing it for yourself. If you're not loving what you do, then it's not worth it.
Huh. So make a channel about something that I'm passionate about. Oh, sweet. I guess I can make the channel about that. Now, how do I grow an audience? How do I get popular?
It's all about diversification, right? You have to have a massive Twitter following. You have to have a massive Instagram following. You have to have a massive YouTube following. Of course, you have to be on Twitch, which is the key platform. But basically, any way you can get in front of your audience, you can engage with your audience, is going to drive those clicks, which ultimately drives the advertiser revenue that you get back from all of these platforms.
It's me and Dan playing video games and talking in a funny manner over them.
They're not just people who are good at games, they're actually people who are good at online engagement, online entertainment, first and foremost.
You have the right to remain stylish. Anything you wear can and will be used against you in the court of fashion.
The streamer is either very, very talented at the game. The best player in the game is generally going to draw a crowd because people like watching people who are very good. On the other hand, they're either very, very good or funny, charismatic, whatever it is on that side.
Oh, no.
You know, it becomes more of a show where they talk about other things outside of the gaming world, and gaming becomes really just a backdrop and an excuse to engage with that audience.
There were those weird, like, Ronald McDonald, like, straight to VHS movies. You remember those?
I'm personable, I'm chatty. I would kind of, when boring things were happening in the game, I would ramble on about, movies I'd watched or books I'd read and, or conversations I'd had and stuff like that. And so I think being personable was a big part of that.
It's not just getting on and playing games. It's getting on and being an entertainer. You are putting on a show.
All right, now let me go ahead and grab the samurai sword that every gym has. Okay, he's dead.
To have a larger audience and to have that audience, I think, stay with you, you have to bring something extra. You have to find your niche. You have to find what works and what connects with the audience and what makes them laugh and what makes them keep coming back.
You got to make it a little more exciting, all right? Throw in a hanging bishop. Have everybody in suspense for a moment.
I think the real most important thing is to just get used to being on camera. Like in any sort of performance thing, is get used to talking on camera. My first few videos were terrible, but because I sat down and did it for 6 to 8 hours a day, I just got used to talking and I got over that uncomfortable hump.
If you go into Twitch purely with the expectation that you're going to make money, make a job out of it, have all this growth, and it's going to be great, you're probably going to burn out prior to getting to that point because there's very little payoff for a long time, right? Like multiple years generally before you really start to see a payoff. And so, those first few times you're streaming, nobody is there. One person shows up every 30 minutes, says hi, maybe, and leaves, right? Like, it's very discouraging, I think, for a lot of people. And so you have to be there just loving it. You have to love talking to yourself when nobody is around. You have to love just the game that you're playing, all of that stuff, because it takes a while, and I think a majority of people burn out prior to getting to the like profitable point of it.
And there you have it. My very own YouTube, Twitch, Discord, and streaming channels all ready to go live. It's a veritable social media ecosystem just on the verge of thriving. So, don't forget to smash like and subscribe, and visit my Patreon for perks. Also, go to my merch page. And one last thing, stay cool, my friends.
This is live stream shopping, one of the hottest trends in China. Every night, tens of millions of people watch live shows hosted by influencers like Via and buy the products they recommend. On e-commerce and social apps like Taobao and Douyin, the sister app of TikTok.
我觉得已经改变了大家的购物的方式。其实各种各样的产品，哪怕你不买，你也可以来看。当然，你看了，你就有可能会买。
It's not about, only shopping. It's about the experience. It's about having fun. You got to see 3D. You got to see in some kind of action. It's almost like a theater act.
The internet craze has taken over China. By the end of 2020, the country had almost 400 million live stream shopping users. China's live stream e-commerce market has also grown dramatically, with an estimated value of $161 billion in 2020. It's becoming popular outside China as well. So, is live streaming the future of shopping? Live streaming is not a new thing. In China, it started in 2015 with the rollout of 4G. And it was first used for entertainment and socializing. Many live streamers performed for their followers or chatted to them, making money by receiving virtual currency and gifts. In the West, live streaming is mainly the domain of avid gamers. In China, it's broken into e-commerce.
China actually has a very big e-commerce empire, so it uses these super apps, what we call that you have payment, you have search of information, you have recommendation system, and you have huge amount of goods available on the platform, and as well as a lot of consumers. So with this advantage, they merge these features of live streaming to make the influencers actually sell goods.
Here is a perfect choice: nice neutrals, beautiful print, nothing overwhelming, and the warmth and comfort of flannel. This is item.
Traditional TV shopping involves a one-way direction, whereby a host introduces a product, demonstrates certain things, and say, call this number or something. But live stream shopping is live. That in itself is a very, very big difference. It causes different psychology. And live stream shopping is a very entertaining way of actually engaging someone else.
When you shop, actually, this live streaming video will continue. It will minimize into a corner, and you can buy the items and pay all on the same app. And after that, the live streaming screen will just enlarge by itself, and the promoter will come back to screen. So it's very convenient.
Taobao, one of China's biggest e-commerce platforms owned by tech giant Alibaba, added a live streaming function in early 2016. In the following years, other e-commerce and social platforms like JD and Douyin also integrated this feature.
开头的时候还是有很多的挑战的，对画面的这个流畅，然后是否能够很真实的去还原商品，它其实在这个上面是有很高的这个门槛跟技术的这个卡口在的。
不管是我们的这个用户的接受度，还是商家的这个上手的这个难度都很高。但是这几年下来，基本上难点在不断被突破的。
Over $70 billion worth of goods was sold via live stream on Taobao in the year through March 2021. Latest surveys show that over 60% of live stream users in China were watching shopping shows, and over 65% of them shopped at least once via live stream. In 2020, live stream shopping got a huge boost during the pandemic, when millions of people were in lockdown and many retailers were pushed online.
People, during the lockdown, felt like there's a need for more social interactions. This live platform creates an interesting kind of environment that gives people the sense that I'm actually interacting with you. And then live stream shopping brings in a lot more variety of things that people could buy and satisfy, the sense of like losing control, especially during the pandemic.
At the heart of this craze are the top influencers who have tens of millions of followers and sell products worth millions of dollars every night. They often use their star power to get bargains from retailers, which in turn boosts their own sales and influence.
So if you think about China's live streaming, you have to know the king and queen of the influencers. The queen of live streaming, Via, she is actually having the biggest viewership and the biggest sales volume for a long time on Taobao platform. She can sell everything from like Gucci sunglasses, lipsticks, homes and cars. One time she offered her followers to go on a Tesla ride with her, and she even, for once, sold a rocket launch in her live streaming room for 40 million yuan. The king will be Li Jiaqi, more widely known as Lipstick's brother. He used to be a cosmetic sales before he turned into live streaming e-commerce, and he knows a lot about the cosmetics. So he's the one that will actually put the lipsticks on himself when he's on the show.
Top live streamers like Via and Li Jiaqi have become celebrities in China and can earn millions of dollars a year. Although not everyone can be as popular, mid-ranking live streamers like Tiffany still earn a good income through sales commissions.
如果说单从收入方面来讲的话，那主播的收入是比普通的工作要高很多。但是呢，主播这个工作时刻对身体，包括对精神都有很大的一个考验的。就是每天需要集中精力，然后长达5-6个小时，这种状态是很累的。而且这5-6个小时的话，你是脑子是不停的，然后嘴巴是不停的，然后手也是不停的，眼睛也是不停的。像我们做主播，不是说单一的只做直播一件事情，然后还会有选品的一些工作，然后还会有一些其他的事情排在里面，其实是没有个人生活的。那我觉得增强粉丝影响力的话，不是说某一件事情。可能今天做了什么事情你就增大了影响力，而是每天不断的内容的输出，粉丝不断的可能对你的了解，慢慢的信任你。
没有芝麻酱的味道，如果吃不习惯的话就慎买。
A lot of successful live streamers are generally very good at communication. They're very good at articulating very simply what a product does, what a product doesn't do. In order for them to sell, they need to be trustworthy and appear trustworthy, and they need to show in some ways that they're authentic, right? So for Via and Li Jiaqi, they are able to articulate that quite a bit through their body language, through what they say. For example, Li Jiaqi will also sometimes say bad things about certain products because to him that's his honest opinion, and sometimes people want to hear that. And so they seem very credible, they seem very trustworthy, and don't forget, they're also very entertaining and very interesting. If you're familiar with Li Jiaqi, he won a Guinness record for like the most lipstick applications to models in like 30 seconds. So if you're able to create a lot of buzz with interesting things that you do, people who may not want to buy lipsticks will also stream in just to watch what he does. And then from there, you might get hooked.
这就是一般女生出门的时候涂的口红的颜色。
Live streamers also use sales techniques such as limited time or supply. This sense of scarcity can often encourage viewers to buy.
The platform in itself creates and enhances some of these things because you see it live. Something we call social proof has taken over, meaning that, hey, other people are interested, other people are joining in, other people want the same product. and they add it in the chat and they ask questions and they say, oh, I want this too. What happens then? It makes the whole product even more scarce.
But it's not just influencers. Local farmers, luxury brands, even mutual funds have also started their own live stream shows.
Working with very top-tier live streamers can be risky. It's not necessary that the benefits will end up with the brand. So we see company executives opening their own shows, and we see like P&G have their own sales room which runs shows every day as well. We also have like local governors in like small towns to sell their agricultural products. So the live streaming is definitely transformed the way product owners can think about how to reach their consumers, and it enables a lot of players to actually sell.
Live stream shopping is going global. Merchants in Southeast Asia have embraced this trend. And in the West, Amazon has upgraded its live streaming function, adding interactive features like chat rooms. Companies, including Google and Facebook, are also developing and investing in technologies to integrate video and e-commerce.
直播电商它其实已经开始成为主流，它未来的发展空间跟潜力都是巨大的。接下来大家会越来越依赖这种购物方式，会变成一个比较日常化、比较规范化的这么一个趋势。
If you look at the numbers alone, their numbers alone, Li Jiaxi's numbers or Via's numbers, you know that they can sell and you know that they can generate revenue. Are they able to sustain it over a long period of time? It depends on how innovative they are at changing some of the things that they do.
But you can't expect consumers one day turn into virtual shopping for good. There will be the nature of us that crave to go into the store, to touch the goods and actually wear it and see how it looks like and walk around in that with our friends. And those things wouldn't be replaceable with live streaming.
Imagine that the oceans are actually the largest battery. We're storing huge amounts of energy in the oceans. The wave motion can be very deep. It can extend down several hundred meters. And once it gets to the near shore, from about 50 meters, the whole water column is moving backwards and forwards.
As we search for ways to reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, some are looking to a largely untapped potential source of renewable energy. In theory, waves off the coast of the United States alone could generate over 2 trillion kilowatt-hours of electricity a year, enough to power more than half of the country.
Waves intensify and subside not as quickly as the wind, and that means that it can produce a smoother power generation curve. One of the potential advantages of wave energy is that it could act as a complementary source of power compared to other renewables on the grid if it were to be scaled up to commercial scale.
For decades, engineers have been trying to convert wave energy into electricity, but a host of technological and financial challenges have complicated their efforts.
In the years from around 2006 to 2015, there were a spate of bankruptcies in the sector, and this was largely because of a lack of kind of continuous proven projects out at sea with reliable electricity generation.
Since then, companies have been trying to develop the technologies at a steadier pace and with a smaller cash burn. But the same questions remain. Can companies develop devices and technologies that actually work? Is wave energy just a novelty or something that can become a major renewable energy source?
the sea is a very challenging environment within which to operate a power project. So seawater is corrosive and conditions are very rough. So this means that power projects don't have a very long lifetime, and it increases operating and maintenance costs.
Partly because of that, many early wave energy projects hit rough waters, such as the Palamas Wave Energy Converter in Portugal and the Isla Limpet project in Scotland. But that hasn't stopped others from trying.
Companies are focused on testing projects out at sea, proving their durability, trying to raise capital and bring down cost. The sector hasn't really converged around one single technology design, and companies are kind of undecided about which design works best.
Finland-based AW Energy is a veteran in the sector. The first proof of concept of the company's device was made in the 90s after diver Rauno Koivusaari observed the strong back-and-forth movement of a hatch cover in a shipwreck in the Baltic Sea.
The waves are generated far from the coastline, so the wind blows on the surface of the water, causing the water particles to rotate, and that rotation extends deep down below the surface, and the waves can be very long. They can be several hundred meters long, and as they come into the near shore, this rotational energy turns into an elliptical energy, and eventually backwards and forwards. As you probably noticed if you've been swimming on the seashore in large waves, you're pulled in and out. That's the energy that we're extracting. There's a sweet spot where we deploy, so around 10 to 15 meters of water depth. That's where there's still strong wave energy coming in.
After years of research, prototyping and testing, the company has deployed Wave Roller, a 350 kilowatt device in the waters of Portugal. Wave Roller has an 18-meter wide and 10-meter high steel panel fixed to the seabed via a floatable foundation. The panel moves back and forth with the waves, capturing the energy.
It's submerged in the depth of 15 meters, so it's protected from the extreme waves. We generate electricity by capturing the movement with hydraulic circuitry in a machine room underneath the surface. That hydraulic energy we turn to electricity with hydraulic accumulators and hydraulic motors, and also a generator.
The Wave Roller has survived large waves at sea for over a year and delivered electricity via an underwater cable to the grid in Portugal. Meanwhile, the company has won a €2.5 million grant to work on an upgraded version of the Wave Roller, aiming to increase the electricity generation capacity to 1 megawatt. The upscaled device would have a bigger panel, 2 power takeoff units, and improved software to control the energy production.
We have taken into use a wave prediction algorithm that kind of tells us what kind of waves are coming in to our device. That gives us few seconds to prepare for capturing more energy, and the difference in that is significant.
Our future plans are to deliver technology around the world. So I'm hoping we can be working on delivering technology to projects in Asia and also in the American continent as well.
Meanwhile, Israeli company Eco Wave Power is taking a different approach to capturing the power of the ocean. For the company's founder, Inna Braverman, developing new sources of renewable energy is a personal mission.
I was born in Ukraine in 1986, and 2 weeks after I was born, the Chernobyl nuclear reactor exploded, causing the largest in history nuclear disaster. I was one of the babies that got hurt from the negative effects of such explosion. I had a respiratory arrest and a clinical death. Luckily, my mother, a nurse, approached my crib on time and gave me a mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which saved my life. I got a second chance in life and decided to do something good with it.
Growing up, Inna wanted to be a politician to positively change the world. After working as a translator at a renewable energy company, she decided to change paths.
Solar and wind energy were fully commercialized, there were a lot of amazing technologies implemented everywhere, I saw that wave energy, although it's an immense source of electricity, the biggest companies in the world are trying to develop wave energy with no success. And there was kind of a race going on in the world of who is the company that is going to develop a viable wave energy solution first.
In 2011, the then 24-year-old Inna co-founded EcoWave Power. Instead of installing devices offshore, the company's devices are attached to existing breakwaters, jetties, and piers.
Our technology is very cost efficient, especially in comparison to the offshore technologies, because we don't need any ships, divers, underwater mooring or cables. We install on existing man-made structures, and all our expensive equipment, the generator, the hydraulic conversion unit, the automation, is located on land just like a regular power station.
This is the EcoWave Power conversion unit that has been operating in Jaffa Port since 2014 until 2020. Here you can see how the technology works. Basically, the floaters are going up and down and pushing the hydro cylinders, which transmit biodegradable fluid into land-located accumulators. A pressure is being built. The higher the waves, the higher the pressure, which is used to turn the hydro motor, which is turning the generators. The whole system is controlled by a smart automation system, which you can see right here. And in case of upcoming storms, the system automatically raises the floater above the water level and keeps them in the upward position until the storm passes.
The company has been operating a 100-kilowatt grid-connected device in Gibraltar since 2016, which is enough to power 100 households. Currently, Inna and her team are working on another 100-kilowatt project at the port of Jaffa in Tel Aviv.
The project will be also the first time in the history of Israel that wave energy will officially connect to the electrical grid. And our goal going forward is to expand it to all suitable breakwaters in the city of Tel Aviv and to supply a significant part of the city's electricity needs.
Today, engineers and entrepreneurs are still trying to crack wave energy. Globally, only a few hundred kilowatts of wave energy are deployed, compared with gigawatts of offshore wind. But the field has come a long way in recent years, and with the right engineering solutions, this new power source could eventually become competitive with more mature renewables like solar and wind.
I would have a lot more confidence in the success of wave energy companies today as opposed to like 20 years ago. But in the next few years, or maybe the next couple of decades, it will be more likely to be used in remote locations like islands that are otherwise dependent on expensive diesel power, or out at sea on gas decommissioning rigs, or for powering underwater autonomous vehicles.
So definitely, wave energy can compete with other renewable energy sources, but I personally believe that this is not a competition. In order to have a 100% renewable energy friendly world, we need all renewable energy sources to work together.
people from? Who are all these people from?
So can you please tell me? I'm not going to... please wait.
You know, I've covered a lot of companies. I've covered a lot of Machiavellian companies where, you know, people play rough. I don't think I've ever seen anything on the scale of Nissan.
He is making you, but you aren't from this side. I mean, it's corrupt. The system is...
One of the most dramatic elements was Ravinder Pasi's home being raided by court officials in Yokohama.
You scared my wife. You scared my children. I worked in this for 16 years.
So Rav Pasi's journey into the darkest recesses of the Japanese corporate world started when he was the general counsel, the highest corporate lawyer position in the company.
In the past few minutes, Nissan has revealed that its chairman has been arrested after allegations of serious misconduct.
He was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn. And he was told, conduct an internal investigation and get to the heart of the matter. And then along the way, he started to notice serious conflicts of interest.
He is one of the few people who knows an extreme amount of detail regarding the alleged crimes by Carlos Ghosn. And he's now ready to tell his own story on the record about some of the events that happened.
My name is Ravinder Pasi. I'm the former Global General Counsel of Nissan Motor Co. Limited. And you could say, yes, I had a front row seat in terms of what was going on.
When Carlos Ghosn saved Nissan years ago, he was depicted in Japanese comic books as this hero, and now maybe we'll see comic books where he's the villain.
In corporate Japan, Nissan was quite an unusual company. It was led for 2 decades by a non-Japanese executive.
Well, Carlos Ghosn was a hero in the Japanese business world. If you had a global business celebrity in Japan and worldwide, it was definitely Carlos Ghosn.
In a country with few foreigners at the top, he stood out. But over the years, he saved Nissan from bankruptcy, allied with Renault and Mitsubishi, and turned the alliance into one of the most competitive in the world.
Yet as the years went on, you know, I think his ambitions changed a little bit. He started thinking about legacy plays, and one of them was to really tighten the alliance between Renault and Japan. And unbeknownst to him, there was a contingent of senior Nissan executives that were really felt threatened by that move. They really thought that they would lose complete control of the car company, and even in the government, there was probably a little bit of anxiety about a national champion in the auto industry falling under full-blown foreign control.
Carlos Ghosn was an auto industry leader, respected by many in Japan. Now he's in jail.
The arrest of Carlos Ghosn came completely out of the blue. This was in November of 2018. He was coming to Japan on Nissan's corporate jet for a regular executive meeting, and he was met on the tarmac by Japanese authorities who whisked him away to a jail and charged him with financial misconduct crimes.
So what happened was that a power struggle ensued inside the company, and somewhere along the way, it was criminalized. By that I mean that there were allegations leveled at Carlos Ghosn about the way he reported his pay to Japanese authorities, the way he handled money inside the company, that in other contexts might have been a board action, might have been handled internally. A number of executives at Nissan decided to take this difference and take it over to the Tokyo prosecutor's office, and that unleashed a chain of events that would shake the entire auto industry.
So after Carlos Ghosn was arrested, Nissan launched an internal investigation into the events that led up to his arrest.
So Rav Passi was tasked with investigating Carlos Ghosn, and he was told, get to the heart of the matter, find out what Carlos Ghosn did wrong and bring it to our shareholders.
Yeah, it's really complicated because you had various things coming out of the weeds. 2018, the investigation has started, and we become aware of matters in terms of conflicts, actions by certain individuals that cause some concern because things might not quite be what they seem.
So in our story, we really took a close look at Harinada and his role in Carlos Ghosn's downfall.
Harinada is one of the most fascinating figures inside Nissan. He's also a lawyer. He's originally Malaysian. Hello, Mr. Hadi. And he had a meteoric rise through the company and became very, very close to Carlos Ghosn and other top figures. He had a front row seat at all the major strategic deliberations at the company. And when he discovered that Carlos Ghosn, as his final legacy play, was going to tighten the relationship between Renault and Nissan, he made a decision to go against Carlos Ghosn. And he became one of the key figures that decided that Carlos Ghosn had to go.
Harinada was somebody who actually recruited me into the company, so I have a long-standing relationship with him, or did have a long-standing relationship with him. For many, many years, he was a mentor. I had doubts about the credibility of the process right at the start. Harinada had a plea deal with the Tokyo prosecutors. Now, that suggests he was intrinsically involved in some of the wrongdoing, or the allegations of wrongdoing, and it just didn't smell right, just doesn't sit right.
So there was a basic conflict of interest. In other words, Harinada had to deliver results to Japanese prosecutors to avoid his own criminal liability, and he's accusing and leading the investigation of Carlos Ghosn.
Some of the people who had been involved in the original alleged crimes were also looking into the affairs themselves. Ravinder Passi began pointing out some of these conflict of interest issues. And the reason for that is essentially his concern was for the company. If the company's own investigation into itself was compromised, that could lead to a very weak position in various lawsuits that it was dealing with across the world.
I had discussions with Harry, discussions with the statutory auditors about these conflicts, discussions with HR about some of these conflicts, because at that point, we reported into him. You know, at the time, everything was quite, as you can imagine, it was, we've got to do this, we've got to do that, we've got to move fast. But when you step back and look at some of these things, you just think, my God, what was going on here? Because me, members of my team, were being placed in immediate danger. Your chairman's been arrested, a representative director's been arrested. They both happen to be foreigners. And then now what we need to do, we're being instructed to do, is certain compliance professionals need to go into properties in Brazil, for example, and retrieve evidence. They've got to do it very carefully, because if they don't do it carefully, they're going to get convicted of criminal activities. And likewise, when a team of lawyers were commissioned to go to Lebanon, I mean, one of my immediate concerns was, why are lawyers from Nissan being sent to go to Lebanon to retrieve evidence? These are just lawyers, they're corporate lawyers from Nissan. You had revelations that a number of executives had benefited from share appreciation rights when they shouldn't have. I mean, you know, substantive amounts of money being taken by these guys when they weren't entitled to take them. And you do think, yes, how is this going to look later on? It's going to look quite concerning. So that triggered for me the sort of assessment that, well, I'm going to have to do something, because up until this point, I haven't put down on paper these conflicts and these issues.
So Rav Pasi makes a fateful move. He writes this letter to the board listing every suspicion he has in great detail, backed up by evidence, backed up by memos, of why this internal investigation had serious problems. He sends the letter to the board and it's crickets. He doesn't hear much of anything.
Nothing happened thereafter. Nothing at all. Just like it just gone into a black box.
And he began to suspect that there was a desire, even at the highest level within Nissan, to kind of sweep these conflicts of interest under the rug.
Unfortunately for me, I think, again, with hindsight, people must have thought that this is the nail that's sticking out, and we can't have this. Within 3 days of me submitting that to the board of directors, that letter to the independent board of directors, I was removed from the Goan Executive Conduct Matters. I was then told that I could not attend board meetings anymore. And up until that point, I had attended every single board meeting. I was then also told that after 8 years of being in Japan, I'd be going back to the UK. It eventually transpired that I'd be the VP of Projects and Transformation, managing a team of 3. So you can imagine what this feels like at this stage. Almost an arbitrary removal from Japan, where I've lived for 8 years, had 3 children there, my family has grown up, and we've been settled there, having a few months earlier been promoted to vice president at a global level, to being almost demoted.
So Pasi was essentially being reassigned to get him as far away from the internal investigation as possible, and also to a certain extent in retaliation to some of the issues that he brought up regarding the internal investigation and Harinada.
What happened to Rav Pasi can be seen as a series of corporate humiliations. I mean, first of all, his immediate responsibilities were taken away from him. Eventually, he lost, the coveted general counsel title. But it didn't stop there. Toward the end of his stay in Japan, Rav and his wife were convinced that they were being followed.
During that period, I'd noticed that whilst driving my car, I'd have other cars following me. First time I noticed this was around mid-March, and I was driving, I can't remember where I was going, but this grey van, small van, just literally started following me. And I noticed that there was somebody in the car taking pictures. And lo and behold, we were absolutely being followed either by people on foot or other individuals, 2 or 3, normally 2 burly men in a car, different cars at different times, following us around. They were following the family as well. And, given I'd seen the Nissan security department behave in a very, very egregious manner with others in terms of following and surveilling, I was very concerned as to what they were doing and who they were giving this information to. Because if they're giving this information to the authorities, you do think, why? What's going on here? I mean, this is just not normal behavior.
And this all culminated in a rather dramatic event in the middle of 2020.
Who are you people?
Where Nissan had hired a legal team and had obtained an unusual court order from the district court in Yokohama
to basically do a search of his home and seizure of his corporate laptop and phone and other documents.
If you don't let us in now, we have to break this key.
So it's a pretty extreme way to treat someone who had spent 16 years at the company.
These people have all come in. We don't really know who they are, apart from the fact that I've been shown a badge that says the Yokohama court. And they're here to recover a laptop and a mobile phone. It was even more weird because I'd highlighted to the directors that certain Nissan executives were trying to recover this laptop and this phone whilst I was still in Japan. And I was very concerned because it had evidence on there that related to misconduct matters and other forms of inappropriate conduct. It was just another form of intimidation, another form of harassment, forcing me almost to leave the company and the country. Because once they'd retained and obtained these items, we were still followed, which, again, I just couldn't understand. What is the point of doing that? You know, this isn't a car company. This is not the KGB.
I think it's fair to say that Rav Pasi didn't have full battlefield awareness of all the intrigue going on at Nissan. I mean, Harinata is interesting because he's both charismatic and charming, and one of the most brutal corporate infighters one could ever run across.
This is a confidential company email, right? You should not have this.
If he had fallen into line, he would probably still have his job at Nissan, be paid very well, and continued his work.
A career that he spent 16 years building at Nissan is irretrievably broken. It's been smashed to smithereens. He and his family paid a huge price, certainly. But in terms of being able to sleep at night, I think, he's come out ahead.
I highlighted issues to the highest levels of the company so that they could be dealt with appropriately by those in charge. There was no response to those, and there was retaliation against me. What's really profound, like absolutely profound, is that none of your colleagues, I mean people who you have known for years, forget it.
Yeah.
You're on your own.
Yeah.
And you got to be ready for that. You've got to be ready for that. If you take it on anyway.
This is the awful truth. There's always someone in the family that's pushing it.
This lady does not deserve to be taken advantage of, especially at your age with your own grandchild.
Yeah.
My grandma is having to sue them. I'm testifying against them. Nobody's talking. They're one floor below right now. I get afraid to go on the elevator. It's sad that it had to devolve to this.
It's like a soap opera to me.
It's a very sad thing.
It's a family feud. A family feud.
Here's a family that, on paper, you would think has the wealth that so many people seek, yet at the end of the day, it seemed to sort of rip everybody apart. My name's Tom Schoenberg. I'm a senior reporter here at Bloomberg News, cover financial enforcement. I was approached by someone close to the Schottenstein family and asked whether or not I would be interested in writing about Beverly Schottenstein and this case that she had against J.P. Morgan. And it was immediately clear that there was a great story here to be told. So I started just, assembling all sorts of documents that the family made available to me. That included a diary that Beverly had begun writing when she started having suspicions about what was actually going on with her money. Beverly obtained her wealth from the Schottenstein kind of retail empire that has at times included Big Lots, Value City, American Eagle Outfitters, DSW Shoes. Beverly's husband died, and at which point they sold off their portion of the company, bringing them an enormous amount of wealth at around 1990. Estimates of her wealth were around $90 million. She, for many years, had that pool of money being managed by outside advisors. Her grandsons in the late 2000s had both graduated and were becoming financial advisors. She gave them a little bit to work with, and over time, her grandson, Evan, became the trustee of her entire estate. Managing sort of family money is not a conflict. In fact, some ways in wealth management, it's kind of how you get your start. It's kind of the seed that you need to sort of get going in the business. But Beverly started having suspicions that something was wrong probably in around 2016.
Well, there were suspicious things, but taken separately without everyone talking about their own experiences, it was hard to really put it together.
She had written a check to her caretaker, Dawn, that bounced. So she went down to her local Chase branch to sort of find out what was going on. She wasn't getting paper statements in the mail, so she asked them to print out a number of her statements having to do with her checking account and her credit card account.
So we went to the bank and asked for the statements. And she got a whole year and going through all of them, page by page by page.
And it was there she saw all sorts of charges that she said she didn't authorize or didn't know about.
I was becoming very, very suspicious. I was starting to look in the money part, and that's what bothered me more when I saw that money was going. And I was not a big spender.
Around the same time, Dawn, she starts noticing Beverly's son, who lived in the condominium below her, came up with Evan with a shredder and started grabbing papers in her office area, including some with J.P. Morgan letterhead, and just started sitting at the kitchen table just shredding documents over and over.
Yeah, they came in one morning.
They used to do it in the back.
Through the back door, and they brought the shredder inside. And then they went in the drawers in the office and took out all the papers, and they started doing it. I was very suspicious because I know you don't go around and destroying papers.
Beverly said that they had done this many times before.
That's when she said to me, Dawn, I'm going to write my feelings in this black book.
Diary.
And it's a diary, and she started writing. Each day she would write a little at a time.
Around the holidays of 2018, a package had arrived, a FedEx package, and in it were materials about a venture capital fund based out of the Cayman Islands. Dawn and some other family members take a look at this, and they see that Beverly is signed up for this fund to the tune of $5 million over the course of several years.
And that was really the beginning of it. That was sort of the tip of the iceberg when it became obvious that something was going on, that my grandmother really wasn't aware of this fund.
You know, Beverly started to panic. She got really upset and called, J.P. Morgan's headquarters in New York and asked for Jamie Dimon. She said she was told someone would call her back, but she says that never happened. She wrote a letter to Evan and Avi, and in there she laid out a number of things that were concerning her: unauthorized trading, the checking account. She had about $1 million worth of jewelry in a safe deposit box, and that her son Bobby had the key to that box, and that jewelry had gone missing. All this was kind of packaged in this, 5-page handwritten amendment to a will and trust.
There's such an evolving narrative about why the jewelry was taken. The only truth we really know is that the jewelry is gone. But why it happened, there have been a lot of different stories.
You just don't take your mother's wonderful things and hand it out.
And they emailed that note to J.P. Morgan to seize all activity on her account.
And it ended up setting off a firestorm after that. As soon as they got this email that there was a cease and desist and that she wanted to send her money and change brokerage firms, they were actually vacationing one floor below downstairs. They're there right now.
The next day, Beverly's in her place. The granddaughter's still in her place visiting. Dawn is there, and up comes Bobby kind of barging through the door. And he's screaming about what was sent to the J.P. Morgan. They're now investigating them. And he's furious, takes his mother and sort of puts her into a chair, gets pen and paper, and she says physically forced her to write a retraction letter.
They were pushing me around.
It was a scary time. I was really afraid, too.
I had to take her to the doctor, and she did an x-ray because she was in so much pain.
The locks had to be changed. The phone number had to be changed. I really thought we were going to have to hire guards to be outside just for protection.
Oh, it was terrible.
Horrible scene.
Beverly brought her case before the Financial Industry Regulatory Authorities, usually known as FINRA. It took several months of hearings. She sees all sorts of transactions that's going on, hundreds of them that she claims that she never knew about, never authorized, but yet were logged in J.P. Morgan's files as having been direct requests from her. That included the sale of a large amount of Apple stock worth several $1 million, as well as all her stock in Big Lots. Over the course of their time with J.P. Morgan, Evan and Avi were making all sorts of trading on her account that was generating millions of dollars in commissions for themselves and the bank, yet she was not sort of getting any of the type of gains that you would expect sort of an $80 million account in a bullish market to be able to get. They issued a ruling entirely in her favor, finding that her grandsons, as well as J.P. Morgan, they were liable for violating their fiduciary duty, misrepresenting themselves, and they also found that the bank and her grandson, Evan, were liable for elder abuse. Evan and Avi, they were fired from J.P. Morgan. They issued an award of about $19 million. I reached out for comment, and J.P. Morgan emphasized that Evan and Avi were no longer with the firm and that their actions do not represent the sort of values of the bank. I reached out to Evan and Avi, heard back from their lawyer saying that, they disagree with the law and the facts that FINRA kind of used to decide the case against them and are seeing if they can have it withdrawn. Her son, Bobby, wrote her a letter, said his sons weren't criminals, and he also admits to taking her jewelry. And he says he needed it to pay off some bad business debts he had.
They never once came up to say, I'm sorry.
If there had been an apology and some acceptance, and asking for forgiveness. From my grandmother, I don't think we'd be in the position that we are now.
Since the piece came out, we've received dozens of messages from people, many of whom are telling their own sort of personal tales of, kind of financial advisors gone bad, or family members who got control of an estate and abused, those within. It seems that it's really resonated with a lot of people. I keep, hearing a lot of feedback about Beverly and how, a lot of people feel she did the right thing.
You're never too old to stand up for yourself and try to right an injustice. She was adamant that she wanted to stand up for herself, but at the end of the day, they did wrong.
It's a painful life lesson. Beverly taught them that you don't mess with grandma.
On April 20th, oil markets did something they never had before, and they crashed, went into negative territory and closed the day at minus $40. Meanwhile, in a place called Thaden Boyce in Essex, a group of 9 traders, led by a guy called Cuddles, made $660 million over the course of a couple of hours.
The price of oil has collapsed to a record low.
We've never really seen anything like it. WTI this morning down more than 35%.
People maybe wouldn't have been so surprised if the oil price had fallen to zero, but the oil price went to minus 38. It went far lower than anyone had expected. And so lots of people in the market were saying, well, hang on, something else is going on here.
A couple of months later, I started to get wind through a kind of network of sources that a tiny firm in the outskirts of London had made a huge amount of money that day and potentially had some part to play in what happened.
The information we got was that 9 traders at Vega Capital London had made in the region of $660 million in one day. As a group, I think they made as much money in one day as Apple makes from its international sales in one day. I mean, it's an insane sum of money.
Did they pull off a fantastic trade? Did they predict the way the market was moving and get it absolutely right? Or was there something else going on, and had they actually done something that breached market rules in a bid to sort of push the market? And that investigation is ongoing. So Paul Commins is a trader who cut his teeth in the pits in the 80s and 90s. When everyone had a nickname, his was Cuddles. If you can imagine, that was a very sort of cutthroat type of world where people are doing, hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars trades by shouting at each other, giving hand signals, and then sort of scrawling on scraps of paper.
The culture of the trading pits in London was very influenced by the working class guys who became traders there. They weren't like the city bankers that had gone before them. They weren't usually Oxford or Cambridge. They didn't wear Savile Row suits. They were ordinary working guys who happened to have a talent for trading. And a lot of them came from Essex.
I think it was 400 traders in the pits, and Cuddles in his oil and gas pit was described to us as amongst the top 3. Amongst that, was very successful and made very large amounts of money as a young man. But inevitably, mechanization and the arrival of electronic markets was the kind of death knell for the pits. And in 2005, the IPE closed down.
And when the pits shut down, a lot of the traders who worked there lost their jobs or quit or went to work for financial institutions. But Paul Commins decided to start his own trading collective out in Essex.
Some of them are ex-pit guys, cut from the same cloth as him. Lots of them are actually sort of in their 20s, and they're his, drinking buddy's son, or they're his own kids' friends from football. They're young lads, hungry and ambitious, and he brings them into the fold. And fairly shortly, he's got, maybe a dozen or so traders that they're independent, let's be clear, but they're all part of this collective.
Yeah, I'll let Liam deal with Essex.
I am from Essex, so I feel like I'm free to, to get into this.
Sweet, as they say.
If you were to ask someone in Britain how they would imagine a kind of Essex person, they would see someone who's maybe slightly flamboyant, with a sort of Cockney accent, a sort of Guy Ritchie-style accent. Not afraid to splash the cash, but it's probably pretty bright and has done well for themselves.
Don't even make sense, does it?
But, these guys, they drove around very nice Rolls Royces and Bentleys. They went to places like Marbella on holiday.
Thaden Boyce is a very wealthy place. You have to have considerable income to be able to afford to live in that village. It's a really nice place to live, and it's 20 minutes tube ride away from the city.
Earlier in the summer, we have this lead, which is that there's this tiny firm called Vega Capital London, and they were the biggest winners from the biggest oil crash in history. Anyone that covers markets is going to be surprised about that. You're thinking your BPs of the world or your Glencores, but it's this tiny firm.
And one of the big challenges that we had was actually finding out who worked with Vega Capital. It wasn't immediately obvious, and at first we had absolutely no idea. If you go to the Vega Capital website, it says it's under construction. If you do basic online searching, it's very difficult to find anyone who's publicly connected to the company.
So inevitably, we're incredibly curious at this point. Like, who the hell are these people?
The more reporting we did, the more it became clear that this group were connected socially as well as professionally. They went to weddings together, they played golf together, they would go on holiday together. We found out that a number of them were members of the West Ham Supporters Club in London. A few of them started companies together, so you could see all the connections between them and start to see a distinct group emerging.
And it really just was this kind of shock that, this wasn't just like a hedge fund or a firm you'd never heard of. This was actually a group of buddies who all had the same experience on this day and had all made a huge amount of money. So if you're an oil trader, there's a number of different ways you can trade, and probably the most popular is Wti Futures Contracts.
And it's basically a contract that says, I'm going to buy 1,000 barrels of oil from you at this point in the future, or I'm going to sell 1,000 barrels of oil to you at this point in the future.
It's actually just a financial contract to gamble on to predict whether oil is going to go up or down.
On the 20th of April in Essex, there had been signals for a while that this was going to be an exceptional day in oil markets. And we know that some of them arose early and started their trading in the early hours of the morning while it was still dark outside.
Essentially what they were doing is buying contracts that gave them an obligation to buy oil at whatever the price ended up at 2:30 p.m. So they're basically placing a bet that oil was going to fall throughout the day.
But they're simultaneously selling lots of oil as well. And whether they make a profit and how much profit they make is the difference between what they buy the oil for and what they sell the oil for. Now, of course, we now know throughout April 20th, the price dropped and dropped.
So this is going very well for them. They are committed to selling oil at these prices, and the prices are continuing to fall, which means they're going to be able to offset it and buy oil at cheaper at the end of the day. Now, once it gets to kind of 1:30, 2 p.m., that's when things start to get really interesting. Suddenly there's a kind of influx of buyers and sellers, as desperation increases in the market and trading volumes go up. Now, at 2:08 p.m. exactly, something bizarre and unprecedented happened, which is that oil passes into negative territory.
And it fell to a record level of minus $38.
We've never seen anything like it, period, in terms of the contraction of the global economy.
That huge gulf between what they were buying the oil for and what they were selling it for enabled them to make more money than they ever thought possible.
So their profit was the difference between
minus 37 and all of these positive numbers on every contract they sold.
The price of crude briefly hit minus $37 a barrel. For one group of traders operating from a small office, it was a very, very profitable day.
It's important to remember this had never happened before in the history of oil trading. No one could have predicted it.
I can't think of another example of where you enter a trade and you get paid on both sides. You get paid both to sell and to buy. It's unthinkable.
One thing we know about the Cuddles Trading Arcade is that they were very comfortable taking large risks. And, you have to be clear, this was a large risk.
Yeah, we spoke to oil traders, both people that know these guys and people that don't, and they all say that this is, incredibly risky.
And that's actually what stops a lot of oil traders doing trading like this. They simply aren't willing to stomach the risk. But Cuddles and his friends were.
So when the kind of final calculations came down, the group of the 9 most profitable traders made $660 million or thereabouts between them. I mean, if you can imagine, I think 3 or 4 of them made in excess of 100 million each.
One of the astonishing things about this trade is that 2 of the individuals who made more than $100 million in a single day were in their 20s. One of them was 22 years old. Only a few years earlier, he'd been posting on his social media about doing teenage stuff with his mates in town and going to see girls and rap music. And here he is a few years later making $100 million in a single day's trading. When me and Liam discovered that, we couldn't believe it. We couldn't believe what we were seeing. Oil trading is a zero-sum game. Anytime you're making money as an oil trader, someone else is losing it.
Amongst the biggest losers were the investors in this Chinese fund, Crude Oil Treasure Fund. There were thousands of them, and they lost everything.
Lots of people had put their savings into oil funds. They lost money that day. Big banks and brokers who sort of stand in the middle of trading parties, they lost money that day.
And another interesting thing is that oil-producing countries like Kuwait or Canada, they sell oil as an average of the WTI closing price over the preceding month. So the fact that one of those numbers in that average was minus 37 meant, if you can imagine, countries like Saudi Arabia and Kuwait potentially lost a couple of dollars on every single barrel of oil they sold that month.
Vega Capital's traders made such an extraordinary sum of money that it was inevitable there would be some scrutiny of what they did. But it wasn't just the sums of money they made. In the vital half an hour before the settlement price was set, they were by far the biggest sellers of oil futures in the market, which is an incredible thing to think about when you consider that the other participants in that oil market are going to be the world's biggest banks, oil majors, BP and Shell, and here you have a group of 9 guys in Essex who are having this significant influence over a global market for oil.
I mean, I think you have to assume that if these guys had made $7 million or $10 million, they probably would be celebrating in Essex right now. But the fact that they made closer to $700 million has meant that they are facing understandable scrutiny.
We wrote individually to all the Vega traders who did exceptionally well that day, and we got a letter in response from a law firm representing the group. The law firm was at pains to point out, number one, that they haven't been accused of any wrongdoing, that they all traded independently and separately, and they'd basically all made up their own minds that this was what was going to happen in oil markets based on publicly available knowledge, and decided to execute this trade.
What I love about these stories is there's a real variance of opinion, and some people will look at what happened and think that must be dodgy. They all traded at the end of the day. They all made a huge amount of money while all these people lost. That's shocking. But lots of people say these guys are at acute disadvantage. They're in a market that's inhabited by, huge technology-driven funds and firms and oil giants that have got all the advantages in the world, and when you get a bunch of Essex geezers who essentially beat the market and find a way to make a huge amount of money, they should get a pat on the back, really, because that's the dream. Since this happened, a lot of the guys have stopped trading the monthly settlements that they'd done so well at in the past. Several of them have set up new companies. They've essentially gone very quiet. Any kind of social media presence they had is kind of closed down. By all accounts, they're, waiting this out.
It's certainly too early to try and predict how the regulatory investigations are going to pan out. We just don't know. There's a number of potential outcomes for these guys. Potential punishments if there are any findings of manipulation against Vega or anyone affiliated with it might be you could be fined, you could be banned from trading, and in the most extreme cases there have even been criminal prosecutions in the past of people who have been found to have been manipulating the settlement and misconduct related to trade at settlement. There are other outcomes too. One obvious one is going to be that they're able to walk away from this life-changing trade with all the money that they made and celebrated as heroes in the trading community. That they'll go down as legends.
It's very important, given the nature of the climate crisis right now, for the general public to have an understanding of what progress is or is not actually happening. And I think many readers right now, they'll see these hundreds and hundreds of companies making these big, bold climate claims. And they would be forgiven to think that we're well on our way to meeting the emission reduction trajectory we need to be on. And the reality of the matter is we're just not on that trajectory. And a key reason for this sort of disconnect is the use of offsets that aren't doing what they claim to be doing.
We have a massive potential for sort of willful blindness. We can convince ourselves of things regardless of what the facts are. And so that's what tends to happen in these cases. It's not that anybody is setting out to commit climate fraud. They sort of walk themselves into a situation and they convince themselves of one thing, and that allows them to convince themselves of another thing. But at the end of the day, they're doing something that makes no sense at all.
My name is Ben Elgin. I wrote the story about how the billion-dollar market for carbon offsets is setting back the fight against climate change. So one of the challenges in reporting on carbon offsets and trying to figure out what's going on is really finding good experts who have been steeped in this marketplace and are willing to candidly talk about it. One of the best people for this is a fellow named Mark Trexler, and I've been talking to him for more than a decade.
My name is Mark Trexler. I've worked in climate change for the last 30 years. I was actually hired by the World Resources Institute in Washington to work on the first carbon offset project in 1988. In terms of defining a carbon offset, one of the beauties, so to speak, of greenhouse gases, sort of the silver lining of greenhouse gases, when you put up a molecule of CO2 into the atmosphere, it can be anywhere in the planet in 7 days. And therefore, if there's an option to reduce emissions on the other side of the planet, and you can do that very cheaply as compared to doing it in your factory, for example, then why not pay that person, that factory on the other side of the planet to reduce their emissions? Then you are, in a sense, offsetting your emissions, and the atmosphere doesn't really see your emissions anymore.
So carbon offsets have been around for quite some time, and they were actually key with these international climate agreements, such as the Kyoto Protocol, which mandated the wealthiest countries reduce their greenhouse gas emissions.
The treaty was signed on the 11th of December, 1997.
Decided. The business community in general saw carbon offsets as a huge opportunity to comply with whatever policies and measures might be coming down the pike on climate change much more cost effectively.
We've seen a huge surge in companies making big proclamations about how they're going carbon neutral or zeroing out all of their carbon emissions.
We're going to reduce our carbon footprint to net zero.
Unilever is committing to net zero emissions.
We can achieve a net zero emissions world.
We began looking at these corporate claims of dramatically reduced emissions, and we noticed so many of these companies were using carbon offsets to achieve these aims. And as we began to look at the carbon offset projects themselves, what we found is that the environmental benefits claimed by these companies are not actually what they seem to be. And as we sort of saw and spotted a number of these very aggressive carbon offset projects, which appeared to be generating inflated credits or bogus credits, we saw a number of them were associated with the Nature Conservancy. This surprised us. The Nature Conservancy is the world's biggest environmental group. They have about $1 billion a year in revenues, and they've been around for 7 decades. They've preserved about 125 million acres of land, and they've done so many good works over the years, and they've been very strong in terms of working with corporate partners. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach, a very pragmatic and pro-business approach. They will not go out and criticize a big polluter, but they're very happy to work with them. Some might say that, well, that's selling out, but others would say, and those at the Nature Conservancy would say, these companies have deep pockets. They can help fund important preservation work, and we have absolutely no problem working with them on this stuff. So companies are very warm, and they've partnered with the Nature Conservancy for many years. And yeah, it definitely lends a sheen of credibility to these projects.
Here's 20 new reasons to visit Disney World this year. 1, 2,
if you look at, for instance, Disney, that's a sprawling company with theme parks and cruise lines that burn up diesel fuel. They have office buildings and television studios that consume electricity. So these companies are trying to make major reductions in their carbon footprints, but it's very difficult to change these fundamental ways their businesses operate. So Disney has been a big buyer of carbon offsets that are orchestrated by the Nature Conservancy. One of the projects that they buy from is called Pennsylvania Ridges. And that's a plot of land. Most of the land is actually about a 3-hour drive outside of Philadelphia. Interestingly, this land, 3,000 of these acres, was actually acquired by the Nature Conservancy in the late 1990s. This land was imminently threatened. There was a pending logging contract on this land. So they do what they've done so well for all of these years, which is they go out, they raise money from local philanthropists, and they go buy this land to protect it from developers and loggers. And at the time, according to an archived version of the Nature Conservancy's website, when they were proudly announcing this deal, they said, these threats have been abated because of this acquisition by the Nature Conservancy. So it's really interesting now, fast forward 2 decades to earlier this year when they put forward this carbon project. And if you look through it, this land is a key part of that carbon project. And what they're now saying is this land is now once again imminently threatened. 72% of the trees are going to be cut within 5 years. Now, this is just astounding because this land is owned by the Nature Conservancy. They do not clear-cut land that they've bought through philanthropic donations. So this scenario that they've put forward to get carbon revenues is not really plausible. And what that means is when you have Disney coming in and buying these credits, when it eventually lowers its carbon footprint because of these credits, well, that won't be a credible or truthful claim by Disney. So this is an organization that truly understands the threat of the issue of climate change and is wanting to do its part to address this. However, in this situation, it just appears their drive, which they've had for decades, to increase the amount of revenues that it can use for land preservation work, Nature Conservancy and many others see that the carbon credits as a pot of money that they can tap into to further their own benevolent aims. But unfortunately, what this has resulted in is claims of climate progress that just aren't really happening. So the Nature Conservancy defends vigorously these deals, and they and others will say, look, our projects are just following the rules that these registries set up. So some would also put some of the blame on the registries themselves because they're setting up the rules which allow these vapid projects to get up and sold. So we've reached out to all of the companies we mentioned in this story, including Disney. They didn't want to be interviewed for this story, but they all told us that, look, we have to rely on the experts out there, and those experts, they say, are these carbon registries that have been set up. Most of these Nature Conservancy deals are set up and sold on this exchange. It's called the American Carbon Registry. Now, it's the oldest of these registries that allow voluntary carbon credits to be sold. They've been around since 1996. What these offset registries do is they set up rules, and any carbon offset project has to follow those rules. But there's this tension that's always there. If the rules are too strict, then it's going to be very hard for carbon offset projects to get up and running. So there's this balance going on where the registries want rules that attract projects, but they don't want it to be so strict where it will disincentivize projects from getting listed.
One of the challenges with designing carbon offset systems is that there are normally two people at the table. You have buyers and you have sellers. And to some extent, you have policymakers, but you know, the buyers and the sellers are really the ones with the expertise, with the incentive to really participate hard, make a lot of things happen. And the challenge there is that both of them sort of want the same thing, or they're both happy with the same thing. They're happy with low-cost offsets and a lot of them, because that works for their business model. You end up, though, with nobody really representing the atmosphere, so to speak. Nobody's really representing the climate in those discussions. And so the policies end up biasing the whole system, and you end up in sort of a race to the bottom, and that's what we've seen happen. You know, when it comes specifically to the topic of carbon offsets, you know, I am a fan of carbon offsets in the sense that they can help mitigate climate change. They absolutely can. But, you know, if we're not going to do it correctly in a way that actually does help mitigate climate change, then it's nothing but a distraction. And, you know, after 30 years, you have to start wondering, is it really just a distraction? And that's really unfortunate, but that's where we are. Ultimately, what needs to happen is systemic change. You know, we're sort of nibbling around the edges with some of these different things. We need to change how we produce energy. We need to change how we transport ourselves. We need to change what and how we eat. You know, we need systemic change associated with transitioning to a low carbon economy. A lot of what we're doing today is not promoting systemic change. It's sort of trying to stick your thumb in the dike to preserve the current system. And at the end of the day, that can't really work.
the Hyperloop. There's a good chance you've heard the name by now.
This is the Hyperloop system. It can take people hundreds of miles in minutes.
The Hyperloop, a series of tubes that would transport people in pods at ultra-high speeds over long distances.
It's a remarkable new form of transportation that can whisk people from city to city in a flash.
29 minutes from New York to D.C., 30 minutes from L.A. to San Francisco.
For years, we've been seeing these futuristic, utopian renderings of some cross between a spaceship and a monorail. But lately, the Hyperloop is becoming much more real.
Yes! It was surreal to be even sitting inside a Hyperloop, and just even more incredible to actually be like riding down a track in something that was nothing more than a crazy idea 6 years before.
Companies all around the world have been developing and testing the technology needed to propel passengers at speeds of over 1,000 kilometers per hour. But for many, speed is only the first step to unlocking the full transformational effects of a new mode of transportation.
Fast is what we just sort of take for granted in the Hyperloop world. It's the network effects that really deliver the benefit. And that opens up a completely different scale of economic opportunity.
We've got planes, trains, automobiles, and boats for getting around Earth. But what if there was a fifth mode? And I have a name for it, which is called the Hyperloop.
The Hyperloop?
Hyperloop, yeah.
In 2013, while riding high on the growing success of Tesla and SpaceX, entrepreneur Elon Musk released a white paper outlining the basic framework of the technology he called Hyperloop. The basic idea goes a little something like this. A tube reduces the air pressure to a near vacuum-like environment. A Hyperloop pod is then suspended in the tube, usually by magnetic levitation. The whole pod can then be propelled forward. Because there's no traditional friction sources like air resistance or rolling friction that would push back against the pod, the Hyperloop is able to move at incredibly high speeds and do so fairly efficiently. Despite its futuristic name, however, the general concept behind Hyperloop is actually pretty old. In fact, New York City's first attempt at an underground public transit system in the 1870s was based on a similar principle. The pneumatic transit system was short-lived, however, only stretching one block and topping out at a rather leisurely 10 miles per hour. While Elon would make some 21st century improvements to this concept and bestow a very 21st century name, he wouldn't end up pursuing the technology itself, instead electing to focus his efforts on something a little bit deeper, literally digging the requisite tunnels via his boring company. It would take another billionaire industrialist who dabbles in spaceflight. No, wait, not that one. Yeah, that's the one. After Richard Branson would make a large investment in the company Hyperloop One, it would be renamed to Virgin Hyperloop.
What we've always been trying to do as a company is show that this technology could work, that it could be made safe, and that ultimately it's something that's happening in the next couple of years, not the next 20 years.
Josh Geigel is the co-founder and CEO of Virgin Hyperloop. In a familiar tech startup story, he's seen the project go from a garage to a large-scale testing facility outside of Las Vegas.
So we started building the first kind of Hyperloop system in 2016. We've done a lot of work, about 500 tests that we've done on that over the last 5 years. And what we realized that we need to do is take that technology, show that it can be commercial, so drive the cost down, improve the efficiency, improve the performance. But the key thing is actually making it approachable and safe for individuals.
In order to do that, Josh, along with Virgin's head of passenger experience, Sarah Lucian, bravely volunteered to take the inaugural ride.
What her and I were realizing is we're the first two people sitting in a Hyperloop. The only type of people that have gone through this environment are in spacesuits. And there we are in just normal clothes because of the system, the safety of what we've designed.
3, 2, 1, launch.
And then once we started going, you felt a bit of acceleration. We accelerated a little bit harder than we would in commercial. It'd be like a sports car. Yes. We got to about 108 miles an hour on that test. And it's a short run. It's about 500 yards or so. And came to a stop.
The test, lasting only about 20 seconds and covering only a quarter of a mile at just over 100 miles per hour, is a long way away from a true functioning Hyperloop. But as for optics, it's a crucial step for the future of funding.
The number one question we got from investors or from project proponents or just people in general was like, is a Hyperloop safe? And what better way to show something is safe than by actually getting people on it?
But convincing investors and governments that would likely be fronting some of the construction costs for an unproven technology is no easy task. First and foremost is the question of safety.
Most people don't know how an airplane works, but yet they get on an airplane. They get on an airplane because, it's faster than driving, and most importantly, they've probably gotten off of one before, they've seen someone get off of one before. And so what we set out to do was actually show that Hyperloop could be safe with two normal people, not astronauts, not adrenaline junkies or test pilots or anything like that. Two normal people getting on a Hyperloop, and then most importantly, those two people getting off.
But beyond safety concerns, constructing Hyperloops will undoubtedly require a significant capital investment to the estimated tune of around $60 million per kilometer of track. So a track from San Francisco to Los Angeles, for example, is likely to come with a price tag over $10 billion. And before large governments are willing to come in and front those costs, investors who are funding Hyperloop development must accept it as a long-term mixture of technology and infrastructure investing.
Investors that are used to short returns because you're developing apps or something to that effect, those aren't the investors that really get excited about Hyperloop. What you start to see is the people that are looking at platform technologies, right? So this idea that because the smartphone existed, Uber could exist, right? So who are like the Vanderbilts of this century? And that's the part where you're going to get a lot more no's than yeses. But those people that have the ability, the fortitude to stick it out, to see the game-changing platform here, those are the people that we're looking for. And since we've done that passenger test, there has been a lot of interest that's really, this is a lot sooner than I thought.
Envisioning the ripple effects of what Hyperloop could achieve, though, is fairly challenging at this stage of development. It's fast, yes, but for point-to-point travel, traditional maglev trains can move pretty fast as well. And outside of China, South Korea, and Japan, even those haven't seen much adoption elsewhere due to the high costs and questionable profitability. The Shanghai line in China, for example, loses around $100 million every year. Hyperloop companies, however, believe they can offer something different than traditional railway lines.
My name's Alan James, and as far as I know, I'm the only guy on the planet who's written a government-level business case for 300 kmh conventional high-speed rail, 500 kmh maglev, and 1,000 kmh Hyperloop. It's fundamentally about moving people from where they are to where they want to go, when they want to make those journeys, and doing it in much smaller numbers. So pod designs for Hyperloop range from 12 to 28 seats, typically. Why are they small? It's because small enables the network to operate flexibly. And a great example of that is the east-west strategic route across the north of England, from Liverpool to Manchester to Leeds. So to get from Liverpool via Manchester to Leeds by train is just short of 2 hours today. It'll probably take you 2 hours driving as well in average traffic conditions. Net result is those three city regions remain three separate entities: Liverpool, Manchester, Leeds. There's very little commuting traffic between those urban areas. Hyperloop absolutely changes that from the ground up. Liverpool to Manchester is a 5 or 6 minute journey. Manchester to Leeds is also a 5 or 6 minute journey. What that effectively does is create a single supercity economy.
In this vision, the Hyperloop acts a little more like a highway, where pods have fixed destinations and don't need to stop along the way. Meaning you can travel on a Hyperloop network from, say, Liverpool to Leeds, while the pod behind you travels from Liverpool to Manchester. And if that metro Hyperloop network is connected to other networks from the same location, you could travel from Liverpool to Paris or Liverpool to Amsterdam, all without making a single stop.
For passengers, for business, for leisure, that is utterly transformational. For high-value freight and logistics, it's equally transformational. But critically, if you do a Hyperloop network at scale, you begin to deliver massively significant carbon savings too.
A multi-regional Hyperloop network could become a replacement for both short-haul passenger and cargo flights and traditional ground transportation, both of which are significant carbon producers.
One Hyperloop-connected distribution hub, perhaps at an airport that is predominantly used for international air freight, replacing maybe 10, 12, 15 distributed road hubs. It takes a lot of polluting and inefficient truck haulage off the roads. That itself means roads gain extra capacity.
Hyperloops will still need to use electricity to both move pods and maintain the near-vacuum environment in the tube. Proponents of the technology believe that this can be done by using renewable sources, including a combination of solar panels and battery technology that could be used along the Hyperloop itself. But even with all multipliers of time and carbon emission savings that a Hyperloop network may provide, the investment capital required to actually build such a network becomes even more economically and politically daunting.
Committing doesn't mean spending billions on day one. Committing means, how do we phase it?
One company in the Netherlands is working to develop that technology, and perhaps more importantly, the international coalition needed to make the Hyperloop network a reality.
So we are here in Europe's first full-scale Hyperloop test facility, where we can already prove every conceptual technology of the Hyperloop.
This is Tim Houter, a co-founder and CEO of Hart Hyperloop, headquartered in the city of Delft. And while this testing tube might not seem as large as others, inside is a key technology to create the on- and off-ramp type infrastructure of a Hyperloop network. That is, a lane switch.
That's something we can already test here. You can actually see it here, that the track is diverging from one track into two. That makes it possible to eventually split up the Hyperloop track in two sections. And in that sense, you can create a complete Hyperloop network that in the end will make it possible to travel, for example, over a whole continent. Take Europe, for example, with the same ease as you can now travel with a metro in a city.
The nice thing about this magnetic levitation system that we've developed is that there's absolutely zero moving components in the track. So for example, if you have to do a lane switch, all you do is that the tube basically splits up, and statically the tracks also split up. And whenever the vehicle enters a switch, it either pulls itself to the right with its magnets, or it pulls itself to the left with its magnets.
Lane switching on traditional rail requires the physical movement of the rail. Even modern magnetic levitation tracks use lane switching techniques in order to transfer trains from one track to another.
And this is a very crucial element, because this is the thing that limits the capacity and, in the end, the usefulness of the rail network. Because the moment that a track is switching, that means that at that moment you are creating an unsafe environment for the trains behind it. So you need a lot of space between trains. But in a Hyperloop, because you have no moving components in the track, all the vehicles can be much closer to each other. You can achieve a very high frequency and basically have vehicles moving and merging in and out of the network very much like a highway.
For now, though, Hart's physical testing has been limited by the size of their tube. Because the test track is only 30 meters long, they haven't tested this lane switch at speeds greater than 20 kilometers per hour. However, the company is working to build a new test site where it plans to increase that testing speed to 300 kilometers per hour.
We're now in a phase where we have proven most of the most important technologies in the test facilities that we already have. And we have also demonstrated the viability and the feasibility of a network. If you look at all the subsystems that it consists of, most of those are proven systems, already demonstrated in lab conditions. So we don't really believe that the technology itself is going to be the biggest challenge.
Because for all Hyperloop companies out there, actually building a Hyperloop system requires more than just a good product.
We're talking about the safety aspects, we're talking about integration into the environment, we're talking about the social aspects. Do people feel comfortable traveling in such a system? So it's about all these different aspects, and the complexity is really getting all the different stakeholders that are relevant and that do need to contribute to bring this to market, to get them all following the same roadmap.
In order to help build this coalition of private and public interest in Hyperloop development, HART in 2018 partnered with other Hyperloop companies from Europe and Canada. The goal was to define, establish, and standardize the framework to regulate Hyperloop systems.
Right now we are working with all the Hyperloop developers together in setting up the first, let's say, structure for starting the standards drafting.
One of the most important goals for HART is interoperability, which is essentially making sure the different systems can communicate with each other.
Interoperability is so important because what we want to achieve is actually have this seamless travel experience. So you don't want to end up, for example, going from Madrid to Paris and then switching because you need to use a different technology to get, for example, to Amsterdam.
The idea being that as companies around Europe create the first commercial Hyperloop tracks between individual cities, one day those can all be connected to a larger network.
Everyone that believes that Hyperloop is a future transport system also realizes that there is a need to have this network because that's where Hyperloop thrives.
Hyperloop is such a huge project. It's definitely not something that you can do on your own or as a single company. So you need to do it with a lot of other companies. You need to have the governments. I think in that sense, the biggest challenge that we've encountered is to really get all the required parties together to take the steps in development and in commercial implementation.
HART's next plan is to build the European Hyperloop Center, an open testing facility which will include a 2.6-kilometer test track. And the company hopes to test travel speeds there at up to 700 kilometers per hour. Virgin Hyperloop is also racing to construct the first commercial Hyperloop route, with projects in various states of development in India, Saudi Arabia, and the United States. Recently, the company announced plans to build a Hyperloop certification center in West Virginia, which will include a 6-mile-long test track. Proving the technology here will be crucial if Hyperloop networks can find a home among infrastructure investments that the Biden administration hopes to make.
The idea that there's multiple Hyperloop companies, I think, is a redeeming aspect in the business. People really want to see something happen, so having multiple people move forward is good for that.
I was struck when Josh and Sarah rode the pod. 2 or 3 of the major outlets used the phrase, "We now have a new mode of transport." And although all of that technology had existed before those 2 human beings rode it, it was the moment at which those 2 human beings traveled that short distance down the tube that in popular imagination, Hyperloop became a mode of transport.
The metaphor I use with my team is that, the Wright brothers were first, but none of us fly on Wright Brothers Airlines anymore. If you don't continue to innovate, you're not going to be around, and so we'll continue to be at the forefront of building Hyperloop.
Back in 2013, Elon had an idea. I think the difference now in 2021 is some brilliant engineers have spent real time grinding out the details. And I thoroughly expect the next 3 to 5 years to be decisive.
This week, how hydrogen can transform our energy usage. We'll look at why the universe's most abundant element could be a game changer in the climate revolution.
Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space, on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes.
From iron ore to green hydrogen, one of Australia's richest men tells us about his pivot to sustainable energy.
Let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable. Let's do it now.
Plus, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utilities firm Snam about his new book and how green hydrogen could be competitive within 5 years.
Costs are coming down and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors.
From Bloomberg's global headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lines, and this is Bloomberg Green. It's a new year, so here at Bloomberg Green, we're highlighting new solutions in the fight against climate change. And one of those is as old as the universe itself, hydrogen. It's the simplest element around, but could well be a game changer when it comes to turning around our dependence on fossil fuels. Today, hydrogen is used in the chemicals industry to produce petroleum products. It's also starting to be used in steel production, an industry under a lot of pressure to decarbonize. But it has far more uses as well, from powering cars to heating our homes. And Bloomberg New Energy Finance sees a seismic shift in the sector in the next 10 years as green hydrogen squeezes out dirtier alternatives. So-called gray hydrogen dominates today. But as renewable electricity gets cheaper and more accessible, so will green hydrogen. In this week's edition of Bloomberg Green, we'll explore what this push into hydrogen means for tackling climate change. We'll hear from Australian billionaire Twiggy Forrest about his pivot from iron ore to hydrogen, and we'll also speak with the CEO of Italian utility company Snam about his book, The Hydrogen Revolution. But first, what are we using hydrogen for, and why does it actually matter? Christine Lee Edwards explains.
Hydrogen, the most plentiful element in the universe.
On Earth, we find it mostly bonded to oxygen in the form of water, or in other gases known as hydrocarbons. Hydrogen gas, H2, burns hot and clean, making it an attractive tool in the race to net zero. But isolating hydrogen from other elements is no easy task. Today, the cheapest way to do this is via chemical processes that break up natural gas. This releases a lot of carbon dioxide. Another method is to use electricity to split water molecules in a process called electrolysis. Although there is no carbon byproduct, a lot of electricity is needed. And if this power comes from burning coal or gas, it negates the zero emissions goals of using hydrogen to begin with. Hydrogen produced in this way, powered by fossil fuels, is called gray hydrogen. If carbon capture and storage is used together with fossil fuels, then it becomes blue hydrogen. If nuclear power is used, it's called pink. And finally, green hydrogen is when it's produced via electrolysis and powered from renewable sources. This method is considered emissions-free. It's predicted that by the early 2030s, H2 made from renewables will be cheaper than that made from fossil fuels. But that hinges on the cost of electrolysis declining, which will be achieved through larger projects and an expansion of manufacturing. To be clear, vast amounts of H2 are already used today. Global production in 2018 totaled 117 million metric tons. This hydrogen is mostly used for its chemical properties, not as a source of energy, and very little of it is clean. Some sectors like steel could start using hydrogen for these chemical properties, replacing coal. Industries like cement and glass may also use hydrogen as a source of heat. Another advantage is its energy storage potential. It can be stored over long periods of time and used when more power needs to be added to the grid. It also could hold an advantage over batteries in heavy transport and shipping. The promise of hydrogen for energy has been around since at least 1874, when Jules Verne wrote about it in his book, The Mysterious Island. But the future of hydrogen will depend on policy. Countries with net zero targets, carbon pricing, and hydrogen strategies with investment mechanisms are likely to see the highest H2 demand.
That was Bloomberg's Christine Lee Edwards explaining what hydrogen means for the energy transition. But how are businesses approaching the sector? Well, one of Australia's richest men is making a big play into hydrogen. Andrew Forrest, better known as Twiggy, made his fortune from iron ore, being the chairman, former CEO, and major shareholder in Fortescue Metals, one of the world's biggest miners. But after having made over $10 billion in profit from the metal in the last fiscal year, Twiggy wants to transform Fortescue into a clean energy company. He's been scouring the planet in search of investment opportunities in hydrogen and renewables. The firm plans to allocate up to 10% of its annual profits for green energy investments and is exploring projects across the globe, from Indonesia to Argentina. Francine Lacqua caught up with Twiggy Forrest.
There's only one type of clean hydrogen, all the rest is dirty.
Yeah.
That is green. If you just say green hydrogen is clean, the rest is dirty, then you've actually nailed it. And, you know, anyone else who produces any other rubbish, any other argument, just look them there and say, why is global warming accelerating if anything you're saying is true? And then you'll know, actually, it's greenwashing.
Yeah, but there's a lot of greenwashing because I keep on being told it's a transition. We can't just, make the transition at a click of a finger. So what are we doing wrong? What can we do better?
I don't remember the personal computer having to transition the typewriter. I really don't remember that. I don't remember the smartphone having to transition the pocket calculator and the old landline. You know, its transition line is complete rubbish. The lie got put to it 2 days ago when JCB, a really loved British company, every right for the country to be proud of JCB, and Fortescue, holding a bit of a similar reputation, fantastic track record, everyone's done super well from Fortescue, huge balance sheet, super strong. When those two companies got together and agreed a $79 billion US agreement per annum, right, then that's a real wake-up call to say, hang on, green hydrogen is obviously commercial now. You know, every other form of fossil fuel hydrogen, you know, it can compete with it on price, it can probably lose on price, but what we know, it is cooking the planet. And only green hydrogen zero methane, zero carbon in the supply chain. Don't worry about the molecules in the supply chain.
But at the moment, we're not even phasing out coal, if you look at the G20 communique. So we have a long way to go to talk about only using green hydrogen.
Yeah, so look, I have a call, which I'd like to make now, that the world should not fund any more coal-fired power stations, coal mining projects, ever. We should wind them down as quickly as possible because they are cooking the planet just like grey and blue hydrogen is cooking the planet.
Yeah.
You know, hydrogen, which is not made from renewable electricity, is releasing 10 to 16 times more carbon, let alone the methane, which is worse, than it is hydrogen. So we've just got to stop doing things which are self-harming under the guise of greenwashing.
So why are leaders so slow? Even if you look at the appetite for ESG investments, they're growing exponentially, so are emissions. So where are we allocating capital?
Okay, so take the recent G20. There's probably a reason why there wasn't strong action coming out of the G20 because people were not aware that major transactions between large companies were taking place now on green hydrogen. That actually this pollution-free all the way through the supply chain fuel is now being transacted at multi-billion-dollar scale. If they'd known that, I don't believe any sovereign leader or any energy minister or climate change minister could not take ultra seriously that green hydrogen is now here to stay. It's broken through. History has been made. It will never go back.
Okay, what is the one thing that you would tell leaders today and business leaders? How do we transition faster than what we are now because we're at real risk of missing our targets?
Oh, so that's really simple. You stop funding, you stop subsidizing, you stop using money into fossil fuels. It could be carbon sequestration, it could be fuel rebates, could be anything. Hundreds of billions of dollars getting ashed while we ash the planet on fossil fuel subsidies. Because we haven't had that renewable electricity, we haven't had that green hydrogen, we've kind of been pushed down. It's all sorts of excuses. Oh, it'll never be commercial, it'll never be supplied in the quantities we need it, you know, blah, blah, blah. Now we know, let's take action. It's practical, it's implementable, let's do it now.
Okay, if we do it now, is there going to be a shock to the energy system? Is there going to be a shock actually to economically? And is it worth, you know, not talking about transition, just going from A to B?
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. A to B is the solution. Let fossil fuels do what fossil fuels do. Just burn their coal, burn their oil, burn the gas. At least they're pumping up carbon and methane into the atmosphere, honestly. Well, not that honest because they don't measure methane, which is 90 times worse than carbon. But at least the carbon is being done honestly. Encourage the green hydrogen sector to come in really fast. Okay, it's there. There's renewable power all over the world. We now know how to make electrolyzers much cheaper, like 25% of the original cost. We know how to do that now. We don't have an excuse to get into it.
Does it need to be cheaper than oil and fossil fuel for it to be viable worldwide?
Well, right now it is. Okay, so let's just swallow that bit of financial data. Right now it is cheaper, and it's getting more cheap. It's the only fuel you know of which is declining in value.
You don't have enough of it, right, to power the world.
Yes, that's only because we haven't had policies to support it. If we had policies to support it 5-10 years ago, it would be everywhere. You'd see the global warming budget start to come down. Now, we've got 5 or 10 years to make a huge difference. I need policy leaders all over the world to appreciate now, okay, big business is transacting with green hydrogen in multi-billion-dollar agreements. We now know it's here and it's here to stay. Let's spread it everywhere.
Coming up on the program, the hydrogen revolution. We'll speak with the CEO of Italian utility firm Snam about his new book and why he thinks green hydrogen will be competitive in just 5 years. Plus, how are airlines working to become more sustainable? We'll look at how Airbus plans to step up in the climate fight. This is Bloomberg Green. From Bloomberg's world headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lines, and this is Bloomberg Green. What will the world look like in 2050? Will global temperatures have stabilized, electric vehicles be abundant, and solar and wind power homes around the world? According to Marco Alvera, the CEO of Italian energy company Snam, that vision of the future could be a reality. And he says that hydrogen will pave its way. As he tells it in his new book, The Hydrogen Revolution, Alvera's moment of reckoning came in November 2018 when he tasked the Snam Scenarios team with studying how Europe could reduce its CO2 emissions to zero by 2050. Looking through the results of the study, Alvera said he was struck by how much hydrogen was in Europe's energy mix by that year. Beyond the abundance of hydrogen, the SNAM model also predicted that it would be the cheapest form of decarbonized energy for many sectors, and that it could be cheaper than today's prices for oil, coal, and nuclear power. Our Maria Tadeo spoke with Alvera at COP26.
It's happening all very fast. We see the cost of hydrogen coming down a lot. Hydrogen will play a big role in the energy mix. I don't know if it's going to be 15 or 25% of a fully decarbonized energy system, but it's going to be big. Costs are coming down, and people are waking up to the fact that it's the only way to decarbonize certain sectors, the so-called hard-to-abate sectors.
And you say it's the only way and the costs are coming down. Where do you see prices moving? Because a lot of the reticence at times has to do with the pricing, that some argue, well, it's still not the cheapest option on the market.
So when I was first working in hydrogen in 2004, it was costing $1,000 per megawatt hour. 2010, $600. Today, $100, and we see it going down to $50 in 5 years' time, and to going down to $25 per megawatt hour in the next 10 years or so, which is a quarter of where it is today. That's really because renewable energy, and we're talking green hydrogen here, renewable energy costs are falling, but the cost of making the electrolyzer, which is the kit that you use to convert solar or wind energy and water into hydrogen, the cost of this kit is falling a lot because it doesn't really exist on an industrial scale. So as we build up capacity, we industrialize it, we standardize it, and we squeeze costs out. That's really the cost trajectory.
And for that, of course, you need demand, however, for governments and also institutions to kind of buy into this idea that it is the future and we want to invest and create infrastructure. What are they telling you? When you speak to governments, when you speak to officials, are they keen on this?
They're very keen. So the Department of Energy shares our view in the States of getting to below $1 a kilo, which is $25 a megawatt hour. The European Union has a hydrogen strategy, which is very clear, and several member states have the same. Chile wants to export a lot of hydrogen. China's big on hydrogen. Australia's very big on hydrogen. Japan is blending already hydrogen. So I would say the world is now really focused on this because it's the only way to store energy for a long period of time economically is to convert it into either a liquid or a gas.
And of course, you talk about the price, but the other big component is the volume. You know, how big can you go? Where do you see that on a time scale?
So wherever it's sunny or windy, you can produce very cheap hydrogen eventually. And so compared to oil and gas, which are concentrated in few parts of the world, it's going to be very democratic from that point of view. So every sunny place, every desert, every ocean wind can be turned into hydrogen that we can put on ships, in pipes, and really start trading it around the world. So it's going to happen a lot faster than a lot of people think.
So, and when you say a lot faster, what is that in time?
As I said, $50, which is essentially oil parity within 5 years. And then, depending on how quickly we ramp it up after that, we could get to $25, which is coal parity before the end of the decade.
And in big scale.
In big scale, because once you get to coal parity, that's the only way we're going to get China and India to stop burning new coal. We have businesses in China and in India, and I see a lot of hydrogen development, a lot of renewable development in both countries. The India announcement was incredibly strong on 2030. Some people were upset about the 2017 net zero deadline, but when it comes to 30, he announced a big commitment to get to 50% renewables.
Were you surprised by it?
I was surprised that they would make it so explicit, and even the net zero is a big thing for them. And so I think it will happen faster than 2070 because of the falling cost of renewable and hydrogen. India's burning 80 gigawatt of oil, of diesel, to keep the lights on. So there's an immediate opportunity there, and we're very interested in working in that country.
And with regards to China, perhaps the fact that we haven't really seen them active, I guess the diplomats are working on this, but we haven't really seen the leadership.
It's going to be technology, it's going to be industry. I think China has committed to a net zero, which is very important. At the G20, China was clearly behind the 1.5 degrees. So I think a lot has been achieved between the G20 and COP, and I think what's really important is to see in the coming years how quick it's in our hands to make part of this happen in 5 years, or it could otherwise happen in 15, 20 years. It's about building the project. The capital is there. We saw how many trillions of dollars are already committed. What's missing is really the projects, and that's where companies like us step in.
Marco Alvera, CEO of SNAM there, speaking with our Maria Tadeo. Let's turn now to the aviation industry. It's a big contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, and it's under pressure to change that. In October, the International Air Transport Association, a trade body representing airlines, approved a target of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. To achieve that, many airlines in the US and Europe are looking to buy sustainable aviation fuel made from renewable sources like used vegetable oil. Initiatives like these are pushing plane makers to come up with some radical new aircraft that will eventually cater to our growing appetite for travel without hurting the environment. We took a look at how Airbus, the world's #2 aircraft manufacturer, is stepping up to the challenge.
How long until we can fly emission-free? Airbus says it's more confident by the day it can be done by its 2035 target. Airbus's CEO spoke about its ambitions for hydrogen-powered planes at the company's summit in France.
The physics works. Hydrogen technologies are not new. They are used in other sectors. We use them in space on our rockets, and we don't need the laws of physics to change to be able to use hydrogen on our planes. So every day we become more confident, but we think we need to have a plane, we need to have the right fuels, the hydrogen available in the right quantity at the right place at the right time, and we need the regulations to be ready. So we really need the work and the collaboration of many people around the globe to make it happen on time.
But it could be a long wait until green passenger jets go mainstream. Larger aircraft with more than 150 seats are not expected to feature globally until about 2050. That means manufacturers and airlines today are under growing pressure to ramp up short-term innovations to cut their carbon. In the long term, meeting the ambitious plans for so-called green hydrogen means building a giant industry almost from scratch. To make that happen, British airline EasyJet is among those saying governments need to get involved and fast. Aviation's emissions over the last 3 decades leading up to the pandemic grew by about 80% to over 1 gigaton, and that's projected to double by 2050. According to Bloomberg NEF, about half of the airlines with the largest global market share have set net zero targets by that same date, nearly 3 decades away.
Coming up, from blue sky projects to the bottom line. We'll speak with our Bloomberg NEF expert Meredith Annex and dig into their models about how hydrogen fits into the future energy mix. This is Bloomberg Green. from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and this is Bloomberg Green. Now let's bring in Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist, to talk more about how hydrogen could change the energy landscape. So Meredith, what place do you think hydrogen is likely to have in the future energy mix globally?
Hydrogen's this incredible solution for us as we look to decarbonize because it's a perfect solution in areas that are hard to electrify. So where we like to think about hydrogen playing a role, it's in things like heavy industry, especially where you need a feedstock as well as energy source, and in things like dispatchable power, long-haul transport, maybe even shipping and aviation.
That sounds great that it can be used for such diverse industries. At the end of the day, though, how much is this going to cost?
Well, that's the amazing thing about hydrogen, because depending on how you make it, it can actually see significant cost declines in the future. So when we're talking about clean hydrogen, we usually mean green hydrogen produced from renewable electricity. And in that case, your hydrogen is almost as cheap as the renewables that are used to make it. So if you're in a place with really good renewable resources, you'll be able to have cheaper hydrogen. But even in places with less good resources, we think that hydrogen can be cheaper than $1 per kilogram, which is the price of unabated hydrogen today, and around $8 per million BTUs for those who prefer to think in energy units. And that can be achieved anywhere in the world by 2050, we believe.
All right, so let's talk about kind of the pros and cons list. I don't know where cost fits into that, but what are the advantages to hydrogen over other renewables, and then what are the drawbacks?
Yeah, main advantage is the fact that hydrogen can serve roles that electrons struggle with. And that's things like seasonal storage, for instance, or just anything where you need storability, where electrons are harder to store, hydrogen is going to be easier. That also leads to a downside, though, because hydrogen is less energy dense than the usual things that we use for storable energy today, like coal or oil or natural gas. So you will need more volume of storage to handle the same amount of energy.
Let's talk about the viability as well and how it may differ in different geographies. What is your view on that?
Yeah, so for green hydrogen, again, from renewable electricity, really places with the best renewable resources, things like Latin America or the Middle East, even Southern Europe, have really, really good potential for producing hydrogen. And then when you're looking at blue hydrogen, which is produced from natural gas or coal with carbon capture and storage, we do see that becoming more expensive than green hydrogen in the future, especially as renewable electricity costs come down. But that can be a viable option in places like the US Gulf Coast or Russia, where you've got good geological storage for the carbon, as well as ample natural gas that's quite cheap.
All right, great breakdown. Thank you so much to our Meredith Annex, our Bloomberg NEF hydrogen specialist. And of course, you can get more from the Bloomberg NEF team on the terminal and online. And they've recently done a podcast called Hydrogen 101 as part of its Switched On series. So from iron ore titans pivoting to cleaner energy to talk of a hydrogen revolution, that's it from this week's edition of Bloomberg Green. We'll be back next week with a deep dive into the state of electric vehicles. And you can keep the conversation going by following us on YouTube, Instagram, and Twitter @Climate. I'm Kaylee Lyons from Bloomberg's World Headquarters in New York, and this is Bloomberg Green.
updates, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story in this headline. This story from the Bloomberg Professional Service. Sources tell Bloomberg Apple and Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook, provided customer data to hackers who masqueraded as law enforcement officials. Apple and Meta provided basic subscriber details such as a customer's address, phone number, and IP address in mid-2021 in response to the forged emergency data requests. Right now, we do have Apple shares halting that winning streak, down 0.4%. Shares of Meta Platforms, parent of Facebook, lower now by 0.5%. It is a down day on Wall Street with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining today. Hopes are fading for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine. Investors are assessing the risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. Oil is rebounding from a two-day slide. Right now, West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8% right now, 107.12 a barrel. S&P down 26, a drop of 0.6%. We've got the Dow down 107, down 0.3. NASDAQ down 112, a drop there of 0.8%. The Treasury yield curve's inversion is fanning debate over the risks of a global downturn as central banks globally begin to withdraw stimulus. Megan Green is Chief Global Strategist at the Kroll Institute.
I don't really think it matters that much. For starters, the 210, inverted for 23 seconds, which is not long enough to really provide signal. Now, the yield curve inversion is way more effective than any economist, including me, in terms of calling recessions. So there is that, but the sample size isn't huge. I think we need to look at the shorter end of the yield curve in order to get more of a signal.
Right now, we do have the 10-year 2.36%, the 2-year 2.32%. Spot gold up 0.6, 19.31 the ounce. Stocks lower, S&P down 0.6, and that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, welcome everybody. It is the Wednesday edition of Bloomberg Business Week. We are live in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We are streaming on YouTube. Hello, everyone. We're getting ready to wrap up March. Are we at the end?
Tomorrow,
Almost.
Carol. We are almost there.
30 days has September. Oh, yeah. Okay. Listen, risk trade fading, as does hopes of a de-escalation of the war in Ukraine. We're definitely seeing that play out in the trade today.
Yeah, increasingly, the conversation is turning to concerns about economic growth. We're going to have more on that in just a moment with Abigail Doolittle. She's standing by. First, though, let's go over what we have coming up, Carol. We're going all in on Russia and Ukraine today.
You said to our David Weston, I'm so excited about the
I
show.
am. This is a really good program.
Well, we have so many different takes when it comes to Russia and Ukraine. We're going to tell you about Vladimir Putin's new alter ego, and then there are the vultures, why they see Putin's war as the opportunity of a lifetime. Tim, it is this week's Business Week International cover story.
Eric Schatzker joining us on that. And did you know, I did not know, half of Russia's 20 richest billionaires haven't even been sanctioned. It's today's big take.
Yeah, go figure. All right, we're going to get into that. We've got Chipotle CFO Jack Hartung on tackling food prices and a tight labor market. He's a subject of Chief Future Officer. That's an episode airing tonight on Bloomberg TV.
Plus, Kim Rivers, the CEO of TrueLeave, with an update on the cannabis industry.
Cannabis stock smoking a little bit today.
Yeah, about time.
See what I did there?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, fertile ground.
You always, man. That's the kind of day it's going to be. Also, what makes Jamie Dimon, Reed Hastings, Mary Barra, Satya Nadella stand out as leaders? We're going to talk to someone who talked to them all in search of CEO excellence.
Bloomberg Business Week is brought to you by Commonwealth, supporting more than 2,000 independent financial advisors with the solutions they need to grow a thriving business. Commonwealth, go where you grow. Visit commonwealth.com to learn more.
All right, let's get to it, and let's get to the Market Drivers Report. Let's set your Business Week agenda on this Wednesday. Abigail Doolittle, markets reporter at Bloomberg News. She's in our Interactive Brokers studio. So, help me. It does feel like risk off today.
It does feel a little bit risk off. Definitely a reversal of yesterday. And frankly, the feeling that we've had over the last couple of weeks where it's been risk on, investors moving into stocks. For the most part, they had been moving out of bonds. Today, moving out of stocks and into bonds. A real, difference there. Something that really stands out, maybe the biggest market story, the dollar. It's not at its lows right now, but earlier down more than 0.5%, down that much yesterday. So over the last 2 days, at one point down about 1.3%. That was the worst
because
decline.
Because of the move back in rates or what?
what?
Yeah, probably so. I mean, sometimes it's hard to say, but I would call that risk on because the dollar is usually seen as a haven. So the fact that it's off would tell me that beneath the surface of these other moves, none of them being too big, there's some latent bulls waiting to get going to keep the risk on that we've seen.
What are the technicals that you're keeping an eye on when it comes to asking the question of whether or not March 8th was the bottom?
I love that you're going back to March 8th, which would be similar to March 10th of 2009 if the compare hold, obviously very different declines.
And maybe March 23rd of 2020?
March 23rd, and for the tech indexes, I believe it was March 17th. So
Okay.
to your point, March can be a big month in terms of monster reversals. The key technical aspect that I'm watching right now, it's not even moving averages or anything along those lines, is whether or not there are the set that we've had of lower highs. Because when you have a set of lower highs, that tells you that the buyers, each time that they buy the quote-unquote dip, there's more people selling the rip. So if that set of lower highs that we have right now that reminds me so much of 2008, and quite frankly, it's more violent than 2008, if that were to be broken, it would be an encouraging sign. But you'd want to see a lot more because that could be a possible false rush. It could be a bull trap.
So we're seeing some lower highs, but you want to see more conviction in that.
We're seeing a lot of lower highs,
Okay.
but to get bullish, to think that we have seen the bottom February 28th, you would all of a sudden want to see that trend of lower highs broken so that a new high was put in.
First of all, I love the red nail polish.
Oh, thank you.
For those of you watching on YouTube.
Non-toxic gel.
I love
However,
non-toxic.
me too, and I'm hoping it's vegan. I don't know that it is, although the funniest thing, I know this is off topic, but I had an allergic reaction to the non-toxic gel nail polish.
I know, there's no...
And you try and there's no solution.
You never know where you're going to go, right?
There's no free
Yeah,
lunch.
you try and...
I'm sorry, I'm easily distracted. So, I do wonder about this market. Like, we're trying to figure out tops, bottoms here. Is it just, I don't know, what is the thing that you think most traders that you talk to are focusing on? Is it Fed policy? Is it the war? Is it earnings? What is it?
I think at the end of the day, it's
Or
really
technicals.
Fed. I think it's Fed policy. Technicals also, because there are some people who say they just want to follow price, so that's technicals. But Fed policy, that's all about liquidity, and it's really interesting. If you pull up a chart of the S&P 500 and the Fed's balance sheet, there had been a huge divergence with the S&P 500 falling down as the balance sheet was still climbing up slightly.
Which doesn't make sense, right?
Well, it
Or
tells
does
you
it?
that folks were fearful that they were going to start selling the balance sheet, but they actually have continued to buy. So that's like something that hasn't gotten a lot of topic, but the Fed has not stopped buying yet, and I have to look more into that. But it's actually just ticking up slightly, and now the S&P 500 is going closer to that, to the Fed balance sheet in terms of a correlation. But I think it's all of that liquidity. When you have $9 trillion worth of liquidity in the system, the S&P 500 more than doubled off of that March 23rd bottom. That's really the big driver. This week, though, we also have a lot of economic data, of course. We have the PCE tomorrow. That'll be super interesting because we had that very hot inflation data out of Europe. So the PCE is the Fed's preferred look at inflation. And then the jobs report. 490 is what the expectation is. The estimate is last month it was 678. ADP, I think, was what, 455?
Yeah, it beat just a little bit by about 5,000.
It beat, okay.
Yeah. But beat estimates, and we talk about all the time how much
Basically
trouble these companies or these organizations have, whether they're economists or whether it is ADP, and actually guessing what it's going to be. Does the market move on Friday's news?
Well, we'll have to wait for the news to see. I think that if it's a huge beat or a huge miss, it's an interesting question, but only from the standpoint like good news, bad news. Yeah. So if it was a big miss, maybe it suggests the Fed's not going to be doing the 9 hikes that people have over the next year.
But that doesn't change inflation, does it?
No, it really doesn't.
Have to.
Well, I don't know if there are any haves in this market because you have investors so trained to the balance sheet and the liquidity. So if the idea is that the Fed might have to ease up a little bit on that, even with inflation, I mean, the Fed's in a very tough spot, as we've talked about.
As you said, $9 trillion in liquidity. If we go down to $8 trillion, is it that bad?
Great point, Carol. Great point, because it's a lot more than we had prior to the pandemic, which I think was closer to $4 trillion. The markets were doing just fine until, they had that crash, mini crash, but saved by all the liquidity and policy.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Abigail Doolittle, thank you so much. Markets reporter at Bloomberg News and really cool red nail polish, I'm just going to say, in our Interactive Brokers studio.
Let's do the Bloomberg Business Week Bite of the Day. It's one number that tells us a lot. Today's number, 17,000.
Yeah, tickets to the men's NCAA Final Four games on Saturday in New Orleans are the most expensive in recent history. Inflation, you ask? With some selling as much as $17,000 according to reseller Game Time.
You're going to have to pony up for those tickets.
Or just watch on TV.
Exactly. Or you could do that as well. Let's get to Washington, D.C. for a check of the latest world and national news with Nancy Lyons. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden says it is crucial for Congress to approve additional funding to address COVID-19.
We can't wait as we find ourselves in the midst of another surge to act. It'll be too late. And we also need this funding to continue our efforts to vaccinate the world with commitments we made.
Biden says additional money is needed to sustain COVID testing beyond June and to secure additional vaccine supply. A second booster has been recommended by the FDA. President Biden received his following his remarks today. Well, you've heard the warnings to U.S. companies from the White House to, quote, harden your cyber defenses amid a growing risk of Russian cyber attacks. Well, it's not so easy.
There are 600,000 cybersecurity jobs in the U.S. sitting empty. Workers with cyber skills were already hard to find before the pandemic, but the demand is even greater now with so many people using their home networks and ransomware attacks on the rise. And the competition to attract talent is only getting tougher as the broader labor market heats up. Experts tell Bloomberg News the shortfall will only get worse, at this rate reaching 3.5 million vacancies by 2025. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
The percentage of thriving Americans is hitting a 13-month low. According to a survey conducted by Gallup, 53.2% of those polled classified themselves as thriving. That's the lowest percentage recorded since January of last year. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Thank you so much, Nancy Lyons in our DC newsroom. So our most read story on the Bloomberg in the past 8 hours, it is our update on the war in Ukraine. Russia saying it's regrouping its forces in Ukraine in a push to complete the takeover of the eastern Donbass region. It's a sign that Moscow isn't slowing all military activity despite a pledge to cut operations near Kyiv and Chernihiv.
Russian, right? yeah. I mean, according to me, so I don't know.
What's interesting is we saw the markets rally on, when they looked like they were talking. A lot of our Chiron and lower thirds, as we say in broadcast TV world, is, peace talks, is it too soon? Or peace truce too soon? And it certainly feels that way.
Yeah, and certainly that's the way that the market is reacting today. Let's just back up a little bit and kind of recap where we are. So Russia on Tuesday announced it was cutting operations in those areas that you mentioned, Kyiv and Chernihiv, in what it had called an effort to build confidence amid talks on a possible ceasefire. Ukraine and its Western allies said the move appeared to be merely an attempt to buy time since Russia had failed to gain ground against Ukraine's military.
Yeah, so this is exactly what we're seeing going on. President Biden promising another $500 million in direct U.S. aid to Ukraine in a call today with President Zelensky, president of Ukraine, of course. But, this is the back and forth. I guess many would say that it's good that there are some conversations going on.
Yeah.
But here we are, in our second month of this invasion by Russia into Ukraine and, of course, the ensuing war.
You mentioned the call with President Zelensky, between President Biden and President Zelensky. It was about an hour. It was earlier today. They discussed how the U.S. is, quote, working around the clock to fulfill the main security assistance requests by Ukraine and, quote, continued efforts by the U.S. with allies and partners to identify additional capabilities to help the Ukrainian military defend its country. That's according to a statement.
Yeah, and what's interesting is we continue to see, we're going to talk a lot about this, but there's continuing to seeing reports about where China is on this. The EU may agree as early as next week on a new set of measures to tighten existing sanctions against Russia and strengthen their enforcement. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson questioning the value of French President Macron's efforts to persuade President Putin to engage in a ceasefire. So there is a lot of conversations and a lot of back and forth going on. We're going to cover a lot more too.
24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks are lower. In fact, we are very close to the lows of the day right now on the S&P 500 index. The S&P is down 28 points, down 0.6%. The Dow's down 97, down 0.3. The Nasdaq Composite Index down 124 points, down by 0.9%. Stocks are falling as hopes fade for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine, and investors are assessing the risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. 10-year yield 2.36%, 2-year yield 2.32%. Spot gold up 0.7, $19.32 the ounce. Oil is rebounding from a 2-day slide. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.8%, $107.18 a barrel for WTI. Apple poised to end its longest rally since 2003. Apple shares now lower by about 0.5%. Sources tell Bloomberg Apple and Meta Platforms, the parent company of Facebook, provided customer data to hackers who masqueraded as law enforcement officials. Meta Platforms, parent of Facebook, also lowered down now by 0.4%. Recapping, S&P down 0.6. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, gotta say, this story caught my attention reading in this morning, especially as I keep trying to understand Russian President Vladimir Putin's ultimate intentions and his rationalizations for the invasion and war with Ukraine. Most would argue there are no rationalizations for this. But it leads us to this Bloomberg Opinion columnist by Leonid Bershidsky, who writes about this today.
Leonid Bershidsky is a columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. He joins us now on the phone from London. The opinion column, available on the Bloomberg terminal and Bloomberg.com. Putin's new alter ego is Igor Strelkov. Igor Strelkov, Leonid, also known as Igor Girkin. His name that he's known by is Strelkov, though. Who is he?
He's a Russian veteran of both the military and the special services. He's a historian by education, and he's got a pretty long history as a volunteer in all sorts of local conflicts, from Yugoslavia to Transnistria. He's a Russian ultranationalist, a monarchist. And he basically single-handedly started the war in eastern Ukraine in 2014, according to both himself and many others who were, who covered those events. He crossed the Russian-Ukrainian border in April 2014 with a tiny force of about 50 people, and went on very quickly to become the defense minister of the so-called Donetsk People's Republic, which is one of these unrecognized statelets in the east of Ukraine that Russia has backed, and that Russia is basically waging this war ostensibly to defend.
Leonid, we know you're at an event in London, so we really appreciate you squeezing in, because I really feel like this is such an important column to bring to our Bloomberg audience. Why is it that you think it's important that we understand about, as you termed it, Putin's new alter ego is this guy? Why is it important that we understand about this guy? I mean, are they friends, and how does he ultimately potentially impact Vladimir Putin, whether in his thinking or in his actions?
Strelkov's motivation always had to do with a sort of a vision of an imperial Russia that has never really existed outside of certain nostalgic literature. And this is the empire that he has always wanted Putin to rebuild. And that's what, by going into Ukraine in 2014, he tried to provoke Russia into doing, into invading all of Ukraine and annexing large parts of Ukraine that are Russian-speaking. And so he had sort of laid the ideological foundations of what Putin is actually doing 8 years later. He is sort of carrying out a plan that Strelkov wrote back in 14, but that wasn't really accepted. Strelkov was considered too much of a sort of a romantic fringe figure for the Kremlin, and the Kremlin was much more pragmatic back then and wanted to keep a working relationship with the West, didn't want to subject itself to to hellish sanctions.
Right.
And so the Minsk deals were made in 2014 and 15. Now that is all out the window, and so Putin has basically gone all out Strelkov.
Well, that's something that really stuck out to me from this column, Leonid. You wrote that that President Putin appears to be past caring about the open economy. He certainly cares little about the fortunes of the wealthiest Russians, those billionaires who have been sanctioned by the United States, the EU, and the UK. This term, though, empire or death, that really stuck out to me. What does that mean to Vladimir Putin?
Well, it's really a new kind of behavior for him. He was always a pretty cautious risk taker. He never went far enough to break off ties with the West and to completely cut off the Russian elite from the West and the rest of the country as well. Putin was always seen as a kind of, a strongman, maybe that's someone with strong authoritarian tendencies, maybe even a dictator, but still a European ruler. Mm-hmm. You could compare him with someone like Viktor Orban in Hungary or the Polish nationalists. But this is no longer true. He has sort of crossed every red line. He does not care about, what people think of him externally. And this is Russia turning inward in one sense and expanding militarily in another, rebuilding the empire, staking everything on this the military adventure.
Right. It certainly feels like defeat is no option. Leonid Bershidsky, thank you so much. Really appreciate you weighing in. He is columnist at Bloomberg Opinion, joining us on the phone from London, a Bloomberg Opinion columnist.
Yeah, he was also founding editor of the Russian business daily Vermatsty, also did the recent translation of 1984. This is Bloomberg.
Interactive Broker Studio in New York, Bloomberg 1130, to Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1, to Boston, Bloomberg 106.1, to San Francisco, Bloomberg 960, to the country, Sirius XM Channel 119, and around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
So, Tim, you know how there are a few companies when they do something, it's like others in the industry just, or especially it's often the establishment goes, uh-oh.
Yeah, well, I mean, so you're saying that Apple's not part of the establishment, or it has the power to move the establishment?
And poke the establishment.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at shares of PayPal and Affirm today. This after Mark Gurman's exclusive that Apple's working to bring more financial services in-house. We got Mark Gurman on the phone. We're going to talk to him in just a few minutes. First, though, let's get a check of the trading day. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. And let us begin with the other major Apple story today. According to three people with knowledge of the matter, Apple and Meta Platforms, the parent of Facebook, provided customer data to hackers who masqueraded as law enforcement officials. Apple shares now trading lower by 0.5%. Facebook, the Meta Platforms, Facebook down by just about 0.3%. Stocks are falling as hopes fade for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine, and investors assess the risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. S&P 500 index now lower by 28 points, down 0.6%. We do have the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 97, down 0.3. NASDAQ down 131, a drop now of 0.9%. 10-year yield 2.35%, 2-year yield 2.32%. Gold is down up 0.7, 19.33 the ounce. Gold up by 13.84 the ounce. Crude is up. West Texas Intermediate advancing 3.4%, 107.81 a barrel. New York City COVID-19 cases are rising again, particularly among people 25 to 34 years old, according to city officials, and the surge appears to be concentrated in Manhattan. COVID-19 infections in the UK have also edged back up following the easing of restrictions and rapid spread of a more transmissible subvariant of Omicron. Dr. Bhakti Hansati is Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. She says developments in the UK should be monitored by U.S. health officials.
We also know that across the pond in the United Kingdom, BA2 is surging. COVID cases are rising, and we're watching with some apprehension to see, well, what happens in the United States. We know that BA2 is becoming a more dominant strain, but we haven't seen the rise in hospitalizations or death. And I think we need to watch before we too quickly determine the pandemic is over.
Dr. Bhakti Hansati, Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Checking some of the vaccine stocks, we do have Pfizer down 1.1%. Its German partner BioNTech, its ADR is up 3.1%. AstraZeneca's ADR is up 1.8%. Moderna down 3.2%. Johnson & Johnson up by 0.5%. And that's a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Our top two stories on the Bloomberg in the past 60 minutes, they have to do with Apple. Apple working to bring more financial services in-house. That's an exclusive by our Mark Gurman. Also about Apple and Meta giving user data to hackers who forge legal requests, also a Bloomberg exclusive.
Mark Gurman is a technology reporter. He covers all things Apple, Peloton, and more. He joins us live from the Bloomberg Los Angeles Bureau. Mark, another day, another exclusive. Grateful to have you with us this afternoon. When you say financial services, what do you mean when it comes to Apple? What are they working on?
Yeah, so Apple's working on a few new fintech services. One would be a buy now later service to compete with Affirm and some of the other companies, allowing you to buy something and pay for it over time. Other elements of financial services would be their iPhone hardware subscription service that they're developing. And by financial services in-house, what we mean is the underlying fintech infrastructure, right? Apple had been using partners like Goldman Sachs and CoreCard and Green Dot Bank to power their current financial offerings, which is basically Apple Pay and some of their other offerings like the Wallet app and the Apple Card. And then they're also working to create their own payment processor, right? That is the very core of credit cards or other fintech platforms, sending transactions to banks for approval, right? So they're going to be bringing that all in-house over the long term.
What's the end game, Mark, for Apple here? What's the big aspirations with this?
The big aspiration is to own the whole widget, right? Apple, as you've seen with their software and their hardware, they like to do everything in-house, right? So that's owning all the underlying components. Now Apple wants to do the same thing with their financial services because they know how critical that is to the company's future and all these other buy now, pay later, debit card, all the other things that they're working toward.
Okay, are they going to alienate some partners here? Goldman Sachs is the company that they work with on the Apple Card, right?
Well, you'll see it's probably likely that when they expand the Apple Card to other regions, they won't be working with Goldman Sachs. Core Card is their payment processor for the Apple Card. They probably won't be working with them for future fintech products. They'll be using their own core processor for that. And then when you see Green Dot Bank for the Apple Cash Card in the U.S., you'll probably see different partners outside of the U.S., right?
Hey. No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't think those three partners are going to disappear today or in the near term for like the current offerings, but for future offerings, you'll see new partners.
How much of this, Mark, too, though, is about making the iPhone, which, come on, to be fair, is pretty expensive, and making it more accessible to a wider audience, perhaps, who might pass because of the cost?
Definitely the buy now, pay later and the iPhone hardware subscription service. Those are both designed to allow people to buy not only Apple products, but third-party products, right, from third-party merchants to be able to buy products and pay for them over time in order to drive down the upfront cost. So this is definitely going to help their revenue, right? This is going to juice revenues. They're going to be making more per customer on an annual basis because of this. And they're also going to be driving traffic to more merchants because of this. So I think it's a win-win for Apple, for merchants, and for consumers.
Is it a surprise at all that Apple's moving further into this? I mean, it was a big deal when Apple launched the Apple Card and partnered with Goldman Sachs to that and did Apple Pay.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think over time they like to expand their offerings. So when they first entered Apple Pay, they said their goal was to replace everything in your wallet. And they're doing so much now, from digital IDs to this wallet app to Apple Pay to Apple Cash to peer-to-peer payments. So it makes a lot of sense to me that they're going to be, sort of spreading their wings here. And I'm interested to see how well Apple Pay Later, this buy now, pay later service they're working on, takes off.
Mark, while we have you, I want to get you to just in the last minute that we have you to touch on this another exclusive about Apple, this one by our colleague William Turton, about Apple and Meta giving user data to hackers who forged legal requests. What do we know about what happened here?
This is actually fascinating. So right now, if you're a law enforcement agency, you can reach out to Apple or Meta or other companies to get data if you're doing a criminal investigation. And so what these hackers did is they pretended to be law enforcement. They contacted Apple and other companies asking for data on, random people, or random to us, but not random to them, I'm sure. And in some of these cases, that data was actually received. Obviously, this is a big breach. And so great story by William on that. I would encourage anyone to read that as well.
Unbelievable. All right. Mark Gurman, thank you so much. So glad we could get to the stories. We mentioned the top two stories on the Bloomberg terminal at this hour has to do with Mark's exclusive on forging more into financial services, bringing them in-house, Apple, and then, of course, on that Apple Meta, giving out some data from their users to hackers. I mean, unbelievable.
Mark's story moving stocks, payment stocks slumping this afternoon after Mark wrote that story.
Yeah, exactly. All right, let's get to world and national news. Over to Nancy Lyons. She's in our D.C. studio.
Thanks, Carol. There is at least one Republican senator who will vote to confirm Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. Senator Susan Collins of Maine says she'll back President Biden's nominee.
I decided that she had the qualifications, the experience, and the credentials that we require of a Supreme Court justice, and warranted my support.
Senator Collins says she does not know how the rest of her GOP colleagues will vote. A yes vote from Collins, a moderate Republican from Maine, allows the White House to call Jackson's confirmation bipartisan. Democrats on Capitol Hill are mounting a new push to send gasoline rebate checks to drivers. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager has more from Washington.
In a letter to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Majority Whip Steny Hoyer, 4 Democratic lawmakers say they could pay for relief from the 18.4-cent federal gas tax by eliminating nearly a dozen tax breaks for the oil and gas industry. That includes deductions for intangible drilling costs and low production wells. The industry says it needs the breaks for cost recovery President Biden asked Congress to eliminate some of those tax provisions in his budget proposal this week. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
The highest mortgage interest rates in 4 years are driving down refinance applications. The national average interest rate for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage shot up to 4.8%. That's the highest since 2018. And that tanked refinance applications by 15% and left them 60% lower than this time last year. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy Lyons in our DC newsroom. So, just another story that we want to bring to your attention by our Jenny Serrain and team. And this talks about some of Russia's largest companies. We know, we talk about this, careening into default. We're going to talk, in fact, about Russian debt in just a moment. Careening into default. And Citigroup, not an ability to pay off their debts is a big reason why.
As the largest provider of payment agency services to Russian businesses, and in some cases the correspondent bank, Citigroup plays a crucial role, in ensuring that bondholders get their money. Carol, it's been subjecting the payments to intense screenings as it tries to comply with the tangled web of sanctions imposed by the U.S., the U.K., and the European Union on Russia entities and individuals, prompting compliance work to stretch on for days. That's according to people familiar with the matter.
So for example, in one case, Citigroup scrutiny prompted Russian steelmaker Severstal to run out of time to pay interest on a foreign currency bond. That saga has triggered worries that other companies, including Russian fertilizer maker Eurochem and Chelyabinsk pipe plant, will get ensnared in Wall Street's financial plumbing and also fall behind on their debt payments. Okay, so this is, one of the things that we're finding out, right, with this unfortunate and disastrous war in Ukraine, an invasion by Russia, is just how the financial plumbing works.
I was just going to say pipes. Plumbing is such a good way to describe them. We should note a spokesperson for Citigroup declined to comment. A spokesperson for Severstal said the company is committed to fulfilling its debt obligations. Okay, so here's how it works a little bit, Carol.
Yeah.
When a Russian corporation readies interest payments, it deposits those funds into what's known as a nostro account with its correspondent bank. After the correspondent bank performs its required checks, it passes the funds along to a sub-account that's controlled by the paying agent for the bond, who must also check the funds for compliance, and then distributes it to investors via clearinghouses and custody banks.
Now, normally those payments move quickly through that process, but after Russia's invasion of Ukraine last month, the ensuing raft of sanctions brought the compliance process at many of the world's largest banks to a crawl as risk managers tried to really get hold of which clients and companies were ensnared in the new rules. And Citigroup is the payment agent for about 4 dozen bonds tied to Russian corporates. So that's where it gets held up. We're going to talk more about this in a moment.
headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ lows of the day on this Wednesday. Stocks are falling as hopes fade for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine. Also, investors are assessing risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. Oil is rebounding from a two-day slide. S&P, though, down for the first time in 5 days, falling 34 points now, down by about 0.8%. The Dow is down 146, down 0.4. NASDAQ down 154, down by 1%. 10 years up 11.30 seconds. 10-year yield 2.35%. 2-year yield 2.32%. Spot gold up 0.8, 19.33 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.3%, 107.69 a barrel. After earnings today, we've got Micron Technology down by 3%. Chewy shares, they are down by 16.6%. After earnings, Lululemon up by 11.1%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, this week's international cover of Bloomberg Business Week magazine, quite a cover image, I might point out as well, about the financial vultures tapping into what may be the opportunity of a lifetime.
Here come the vultures.
Yeah.
That's the cover of the international edition of Bloomberg Business Week. The story, it's by Eric Schatzker, editor-at-large at Bloomberg News. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Also joining us remotely, Joel Weber, editor at Bloomberg Business Week. So, Joel, what is the opportunity that some hedge funds are seeing when it comes to Russia's invasion of Ukraine? We're going to work to get Joel.
There we go. Go ahead, Joel.
Hey, Joel.
Let me just say that this is a product of, first and foremost, a return to office. So for all of those bosses out there wondering why RTO is a thing, this is a product of Eric and I having a brief conversation about Russian debt, and me saying, like, who's buying this stuff?
Oh, meaning that the only reason this story came together is because you guys physically saw each other in person?
Well, when Joel and I, hang out by the water cooler, we typically talk about Russian debt.
Well, I hope all the managers are listening right now. I like this.
And Eric was like, let me make some calls and see what we can come up with. And it is a story that I think we've all been wondering about, because this stuff is a thing that if there's ever going to be a buying opportunity, Russian debt could be a thing that, as Eric writes, becomes a once-in-a-lifetime thing. But, really there's a whole morality quandary that comes into play, because is this really something that you want to profit off of? And the answer is, if the numbers are probably big enough, yes. Right, Eric?
It's complicated. You definitely do have to get over the moral hump. And then, of course, you have to do what every credit investor does, which is evaluate the various scenarios that may unfold and figure out whether you're going to get paid or not, one way or the other, whether you get paid by coupon, whether you get repaid in principal, or whether you end up having to go to court and try to seize assets from somebody. But that's standard distressed fare. What makes this so unusual, and perhaps even maybe I wouldn't even say perhaps, a more extreme case than others such as, say, Venezuela or sovereign defaults like Ecuador, for example, is that this is a product of a hostile invasion. We haven't seen anything like this in the Western world, as many people have said, since World War II. And that's a whole different calculus than deciding whether you want to do business with a dictator, for example. That's what some people think of Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela as, or whether you want to profit off what other people may describe as a humanitarian crisis in a country like Sudan. Those are different calculations. This is something altogether unfamiliar.
Well, and we know in the financial community, though, where there's money to be made, you can find people who want to tap into that. In your conversations, though, Eric, was it overwhelmingly people like, this is an opportunity for us, or were there those who said, I don't even want to touch this?
Both. There are more people who are not touching this for a couple of reasons than there are people who are touching it. The two reasons are, I just can't go near this. As Hans Humes, whom I quote, a distressed debt investor whom I quote in the story, says, this is just too grotesque for me. And there are others who are being told by their clients, pension funds, for example, or endowments that have a principled stance on this issue, I want you to sell down Russia right now. It is difficult to find people who are buying Russian debt, which is not because they're not buying, it's because they're not talking about it, and they don't want to be public about it. Nobody wants to be public about it. In fact, the people whom I spoke to who are buying Russian debt would only speak to me on the condition of anonymity because they know that there is this public opprobrium waiting out there for them. You know, they're going to be called vultures. They're going to be hanged in the court of public opinion, at least now.
Yeah.
But yet there is a textbook sort of distressed debt playbook here, Eric. And and when you talk to the people who are skilled at wielding that playbook, what are they exactly looking for, and what are they snatching up?
What they want is, again, confidence that this is going to be money good. And of course, the most extreme scenario in any distressed play is, do I have to go to court and do I have to try to wrest assets from the debtor? And in this case, they're looking at Russian companies that have significant operations in the West, like Lukoil, for example. We've all seen those gas stations, which has assets in the United States. It has assets in Italy. It has assets in Spain. It has assets in Bulgaria. Lukoil issued bonds in the Netherlands under British law. So in that scenario, and Lukoil isn't the only one, maybe I don't have to bet on the Russian sovereign, which may even to some distressed guys feel distasteful. I can buy a Russian corporate. And if Lukoil were to default, I can go to a court that's operating under British law. And I might, quite reasonably, gain control of some very valuable assets in the process. Now, that's a long-term play. They're clearly hoping to make money in a different way. Either they just get paid out in big fat coupons because they bought when the yields were high, or they get their money back because actually Lukoil doesn't default. Or perhaps the bonds get re-rated because the rest of the world begins to see things through the same lens and the bonds trade up in value. And that, in fact, has been happening.
Eric,
so it's possible that some of these people who got in the early days of March are already out.
You feature a tweet from Bill Browder, the anti-Kremlin activist, who said, it's like asking if you should buy German equities during the Holocaust. So a big no from him. Even though these folks spoke to you on the condition of anonymity, how do they rationalize their investment?
They don't see it quite the same way. It's so interesting how, the arguments in favor of the justification, if you will, is very interesting. And you can choose to subscribe to it or not. But for example, as I said, some of them say, I'm willing to participate in Russian corporate debt, but I won't touch Russian sovereign debt. I also won't touch Russian equities, because being a source of equity capital for the Russian market, in their mind, is tantamount to supporting the regime. But buying the bonds when all you want is to be paid back is different. And it's different as well because, again, in their calculus, in their rationalization, if you allow Russian oligarchs to walk away from their obligations, who wins there? Right? That's part of. Now, there's a counter argument to that. I'm not going to go into it, but that's some of the reasoning that gets applied to sort of counter, if you will, the moral weight of opposition.
Well, this is this week's international cover story. Our thanks to Eric Schatzker, editor-at-large at Bloomberg, and of course our thanks to Jill Weber, editor of the magazine.
March is Women's History Month, and every day this month we're celebrating significant moments in women's history. Now with your installment for Wednesday, March 30th, here's Bloomberg's Renita Young.
On this day in women's history in 1911, Ellen Swallow Richards dies. She was the first woman admitted to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, earning her Bachelor of Science in 1873. 2 years later, Swallow Richards appealed to the Women's Education Association of Boston for their help in establishing a laboratory at MIT available for instructing women in chemistry. So the Women's Laboratory opened in 1876. Swallow Richards became MIT's first female instructor, teaching in chemistry and mineralogy in the women's laboratory until it closed in 1833. Swallow Richards was also a chemist and founder of the home economics movement in the United States. That's today in women's history. I'm Renita Young, Bloomberg Radio.
A big thank you to Bloomberg's Renita Young for today in women's history. Coming up next, it's our countdown to the close. We're joined by our friends at Bloomberg TV. You're listening to Bloomberg Radio.
Down to the Close, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage ahead of the U.S. market close starts right now.
This is Countdown to the Close, just 60 minutes left in our trading session. Caroline Hyde, Romain Bostic, Taylor Riggs, joined now by our colleagues Carol Massa, Tim Stedovic, as we welcome our audiences, TV, radio, YouTube too. Decide what is up is now down, stocks are on the lower side, and, well, bonds catch a little bit of a bid, Carol.
Yeah, absolutely. An interesting trade once again, and there's like different sectors that just are kind of feel like are moving in different directions. I've been watching the cannabis stocks today. The House is expected to vote on a measure to decriminalize the cannabis industry and cannabis companies, and we've seen cannabis stocks kind of all over the place, up 3% at their highs, down almost 2%. So, Tim, about a 5% swing. Right now, down about 1.8%.
I'm watching shares of home builders today. They're certainly under pressure as the average rate on a 30-year fixed mortgage surged last week to the highest level since 2018. The S&P 500 home building index down 2.3% right now.
Yeah, certainly are some key laggards out there. Let's look at them when you're looking at a benchmark perspective as well, Tim, because, well, your underperformer of choice is the Russell 2000. Remember, it was the winner yesterday, up more than 2% today, unwinds a lot of that rally, 35 points to the lower side. The NASDAQ then second in line, off by 1.1%, 168 points lower, 14,451. The Dow, actually your outperformer, we're down just 0.4% on the day. S&P, 0.8% lower. That's 37 points to the downside, Taylor.
We take a look at some of the internals of this market, and it actually paints a very different picture than we had yesterday. When yesterday really felt broad-based, it felt like a lot of green on the screen across the individual sector levels. And not only is today more tilted to the downside, Romain, but you're certainly getting energy and utilities, actually the outperformer today. Energy advances an additional 0.9%. Utilities are up 0.4%. You'd expect that on a day when yields are falling. Everything else, though, and namely technology as well, big bottom of your screen there, you're off about 1.4%.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about energy. Valero actually rallying today. There was an interesting note a little bit earlier by the folks' analysis over at Goldman Sachs, really talking about how some of these refiners are actually benefiting from the current environment, particularly some of the refiners that are more weighted towards some of the Midwestern parts of the United States. At the top of your screen, I want you to take a look at Apple. Of course, we talked about that big streak that it had been on. It looks like it's going to snap that win streak today. It's down about 0.7% right now, but there was also some interesting news, a great scoop by Mark Gurman today about how Apple is now looking for a little bit more independence when it comes to its financial services. You know, the Apple Wallet, the Apple Card, it has partnerships with Goldman Sachs, Green Dot, Core Card, and a few other companies. Is looking to move a lot of those services in-house, basically do it alone. Green Dot taking the brunt of it, as some of the services that it provides appear to be what Apple is targeting. Green Dot shares down almost 6% here on the day. And I'm not sure what happened with Chewy yesterday, but, you know, those shares down 17%. They reported earnings. I mean, they weren't awful, but they talked a lot about costs. Basically, their cost to ship, their cost to acquire things, their cost to market themselves. And basically, it's through the roof. And they made the good point here is they're having trouble passing those costs on. They don't necessarily have the pricing power that some other companies do.
And a lot of those prices, a lot of that inflationary pressure coming from the world of commodities. And it's interesting that equities have turned lower when once again the Bloomberg Commodity Index is on the upside. Oil pushes higher as once again we reawaken our concerns about Russia and Ukraine. And I'm looking at what's happening on the month for our radio audience. Oil set for yet another monthly gain after, of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And we actually see, you were talking about some of the whipsawing we saw in cannabis stocks today, Carol. When you look at, on average, WTI has averaged a $9 trading range for the month of March. Brent has a $5 trading range.
Yeah, it is interesting. I love looking at kind of, right, the highs and lows that we've seen in some of these commodities, or if you look at specific asset classes. What's interesting, though, overall, we've talked about it a lot, right? The S&P has bounced, about 10% from its earlier March low. We've seen the NASDAQ 100 up about 16% from that March low. Lisa Shallett over at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management, she's the Chief Investment Officer there, looking at that, but then kind of throwing some words of caution about these equity bounces. Here's what she had to say.
We're skeptical of getting ahead of ourselves here with regard to hope. You know, while we respect the amount of liquidity that's out there and you know, the desire to quote unquote buy the dip after we saw a correction in the S&P 500 and a bear market in the NASDAQ, the reality is that, you know, risk has really fundamentally gone up.
All right, so Lisa Shallett over at Morgan Stanley Wealth Management. B of A also warning, I do feel like there's a lot from the street guys that are weighing in and saying don't be caught in the recent bounce back that we've seen in stocks, Tim.
Well, that's why it's so important when we start hearing from companies in the next couple of weeks about their outlook for the most recent quarter and the current quarter as well. We hear first from the big banks, and we get a really good read on the American consumer and the health of the American consumer. I mean, you guys saw the RH, not Restoration Hardware anymore.
Yeah, we broke it yesterday.
The CEO comments yesterday. It's a question, as Joe Weisenthal wrote, is it a canary in a coal mine, or is it, this CEO sort of trying to use a macro environment? He was quoting an analyst here, a tweet from an analyst, trying to use this macro environment as kind of to blame for weakness in the company's performance.
Yeah, that's interesting. We've heard a lot, I think, a little bit of some of the supply chain issues, similar from Lululemon. Romain had mentioned Chewy, of course, coming into this. RH is another one, Tim, that you think about.
But it's also consumer sentiment, right? And the weakness in the consumer that the RH CEOs were referring to just in recent days.
But they have very specific consumers.
And Arhaus came out and has a very similar consumer, and their stock's taken off on an upbeat.
I'm sorry, what company?
Arhaus.
Oh, Arhaus. Yeah, I mean, the RH thing was interesting, but I mean, it is a very specific consumer, and I don't know if you can maybe extrapolate what's going on with the RH consumer and say, okay, that's sort of representative of the broader thing. When we talk about the data, I mean, it hasn't shown up in the data, and it could, but you're still talking about a resilient job market. You're talking about fairly resilient GDP. Even with the come down that we're expected this year on GDP, we're still going to be trending, at least based on the estimates that Bloomberg tracks, well above sort of what our historical average has been, something like 3.7%. And consumer spending is holding up as well.
And this is what makes a market, and why we've got on one side Morgan Stanley and Bank of America again and again sounding bearish, and JP Morgan over there continuing to sound bullish, continuing to think that actually, look, China and Japan are still being stimulative. Maybe you should still be buying equities into any sort of inversion of a yield curve or even recession signs.
And even Gina Martin Adams on this program says, I know that a lot of people say that the big rebounds come in the middle of bear markets, but you also get decent big rebounds, Tim, in the beginning of some of these new bull markets as well. So really hard to tell the difference.
One question, what was that, Romain?
Sorry, I had a question for Carol. So are you shop at our house instead of RH?
No, I just did some research planning for my gainers later on.
Okay.
Do you know what I do for a living?
Are they different things, RH?
Well, I'm just looking. I mean, I see the Maxwell sofa.
Kind of
It's $5,095. That's if you're not a member. I know you're a member, Carol. So you can get that for the low, low price of $38.21.
I'm a hair club member, though, apparently.
Okay.
That's taking us back.
And a marijuana club member.
Let's not forget, we're going to get a reading on income, personal income and spending tomorrow. So we'll really get an idea of what the consumer's up to. We will continue in less than an hour's time. We'll be back on TV, radio, and YouTube. We're going to count you down to the closing bell on Beyond the Bell right here on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, yeah, there's a lot of economic news. We touched on it with our TV colleagues, Romain, Caroline, and Taylor, but we do get personal income and spending, challenger job cuts, PCE deflator, PCE core. That is typically a favorite inflation metric of the Fed. We're looking for a year-over-year increase of 6.4%. Weekly jobless claims are coming up, and of course, we've got that Friday monthly jobs report. Again, it's backward-looking, but these are the trend lines that we like to look, and we're also getting out of the Omicron variant, so we get hopefully a cleaner picture of what's going on in the economy. The
490,000, Carol, is what analysts are estimating, down from 678,000 last month. What are we going to see in terms of revisions? Those are really important.
Yep.
The participation rate is incredibly important. And look, I mean, I think also the conversation is about full employment as well. It was an interesting question that Mike McKee was asked by the surveillance team earlier today on Bloomberg Radio about whether we have to consider right now if we're at full employment.
Yeah, I mean, this is the tricky point. I mean, we've seen a lot of people kind of either retire early, step out of the workforce.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a lot of changes going on in the workforce, and I guess it will take some time to tell, in terms
sub
of
4%.
Yeah, it's pretty significant.
It is.
It feels pretty significant. We know it's pretty tight. We talk to the CEOs, and that's what they say, and this is why we've seen wages certainly move up, although have wages moved up as much, or they're certainly not keeping pace with inflation.
And that's the concern.
So, yeah, a lot of data to get through, and we'll see how that shapes the narrative.
And then we're into April.
And then we're into April.
Well, we're into April on Friday, and then we start hearing from the banks.
Second quarter.
How'd that happen?
Yeah, it happens pretty fast. All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. We'll get back to our TV colleagues, count you down to the close in just a moment. Right now, though, we do want to get back to world and national news. Nancy Lyons is in our 99.1 newsroom in the nation's capital. Nancy.
Thanks, Carol. President Biden and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky are staying in touch and talked today for nearly an hour. Biden promised another $500 million in direct U.S. aid to Ukraine. But as far as the fighting, the Pentagon's John Kirby says Moscow may have said it's slowing its military activity around the capital, Kyiv, but the Ukrainian capital is still under threat.
There's still a majority of the forces that Mr. Putin put around Kyiv are still there. Now, as I said a couple of days ago, they're largely in defensive positions. We several days ago stopped seeing any advancement on their part. They weren't moving closer to the city. From a ground effort, there was no more advancing on Kyiv, but the airstrikes have not stopped.
Pentagon spokesman John Kirby agrees with the U.S. assessment. Russian President Vladimir Putin is being given bad intelligence, with those around him afraid to give him bad news. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell is coming to the defense of current Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas after calls from Democrats for him to recuse himself from any cases involving the 2020 election. New texts released this week show Thomas's wife, Jenny Thomas, urged President Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to move aggressively to overturn the election. McConnell says the Democrats are bullying the justice.
This is a political hit, part of liberals' years-long quest to delegitimize the court, all because our laws and Constitution occasionally inconvenience the Democrats' radical agenda.
McConnell calls Thomas a great American. Critics say Jenny Thomas's political activity poses an ethical dilemma for the court. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
Thank you so much, Nancy Lyons in DC. Yeah.
We are working in all of the good stories today.
I know, it's really cool. I feel like, don't you think, to some extent, forgive me if you're not a fan, but like Elon Musk and Tesla have to kind of teach a master class on supply chain management?
Well, I'm a fan of the team here at Bloomberg News, because if you are a subscriber to the Bloomberg terminal and you see a story that has a black bee with a green inside a green circle, it means that it's a Bloomberg exclusive. And this story by Dana Hull and David Stringer, they were the first to report this.
Well, it's a great headline. Tesla dodging the nickel crisis with a secret deal to get supplies. This is where I go to the supply management that Elon Musk and Tesla have seemed to have mastered.
And it's funny because we're talking about nickel so much in the last 5 weeks.
Oh my God, it's been like crazy.
Yeah, but you know, this is something that Elon Musk has been concerned about for years because it's a key component. So let's just start out with what Dana and David reported. The invasion of Ukraine has added agita among electric vehicle makers over the supply of nickel. It's a critical ingredient when it comes to EV batteries, since Russia is one of the world's biggest producers. Tesla, though, Carol, had already been scouring the globe for the metal, signing pacts with several nickel suppliers back in 2021.
Yeah, exactly. And what's interesting is sanctions against Russia over the invasion have added urgency. The country holds about 17% of global capacity for refined Class 1 nickel. That's the type required for EVs. Since the February 24th attack on Ukraine, the price of nickel has climbed 30% as of yesterday on the London Medical Exchange. Prices tripling over 2 days during that period. You remember this because of a short squeeze through much of that advance was paired. The market, though, could settle down if there are signs that the war will end. But we are watching it closely. But nonetheless, getting back to what Tesla figured out.
Yeah, it's part of Elon Musk's focus on vertical integration to maintain control over the supply chain. Remember, the company has that jointly operates that massive battery cell plant outside of Reno with Japan's Panasonic. Tesla buys cells from other leading suppliers, but also makes its own.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Tesla's deal with Vail, one of several that the car maker has forged over the last year. I mean, they are really thinking about what they need in order to produce their vehicles, because that will certainly, if there's demand, but they can't create the supply, that's problematic. This is Bloomberg.
Facts, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks at the lows of the day, 43 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell, with the S&P now down 42 points, down 0.9%. The Dow's down 186, lower by 0.5. We've got NASDAQ down 201, a drop there of 1.4%. 10-year yield 2.34%, 2-year yield 2.31%. Spot gold now higher by $14 the ounce to $19.33, a gain of 0.7%. Crude rallying 2.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude up $3.05 a barrel, 107.29 right now on WTI. Briefly after earnings, Chewy shares tumbling 17.4%. Micron after earnings down 3.8%. Lululemon rallying 10% after last night's earnings report. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
So chief financial officers, they now play a critical role in shaping corporate strategy and really positioning organizations to meet future challenges. Bloomberg's new monthly program is called Chief Future Officer on Bloomberg TV. It profiles these leaders and explores the impact they're making on their companies and industries. For this week's episode, I caught up with Chipotle CFO Jack Hartung. In this excerpt, he talks about higher costs and more. You'll also hear from Heather Regan-Miller. She's a Piper Sandler analyst. She too weighs in on the company.
And the other thing I think is to make sure you have a strong balance sheet, to make sure you can weather the storm. And we've had a strong balance sheet. We've never had debt. We've also always had more cash in the balance sheet than we need for our normal ongoing business. And that has come in, great, really handy.
Chipotle carries no long-term debt, and its free cash flow almost tripled in 2021.
When you think about the future, how do you take advantage of this? And what is the flexibility that enables?
What it really affords us is we're going to be able to invest in our future no matter what. Like we accelerated our pursuit of new restaurant sites during the pandemic when some of the restaurant companies were laying off their development team.
Chipotle not only expanded its footprint over the last 2 years, it reshaped its restaurants. A venture into drive-through dining that began several years ago became a thriving profit center when the pandemic struck.
The thing that's changed the most is just most of our restaurants now have a Chipotlane. So 3 years ago, we had maybe 5 or 6 Chipotlanes, and now we have over 350, and 80% of our new openings have a Chipotlane. The sales in our Chipotlane restaurants are higher, and our margins are higher too, because the digital orders are our highest margin transaction. And when you can serve the customer through the Chipotlane without the delivery fees that we pay and the customers pay, it's a great margin opportunity for us.
The convenience of Chipotlanes contributed to soaring digital sales in 2020. There was little erosion in 2021, even as in-restaurant sales returned to 80% of 2019 levels. Meanwhile, membership in loyalty programs has boomed, giving Chipotle valuable insight into its customers' omni-channel preferences.
What we've seen is that our digital customers, they come the most often and they spend the most each time they come.
Customer loyalty could face a test if inflation continues to push higher. Chipotle hiked menu prices roughly 9% in 2021. Jack Hartung says it's not just wages and food costs that are putting on the pressure.
It's hitting everything. It's hitting materials too for our restaurants. Our new restaurants are costing more as well.
You guys have had incredible pricing power.
Yes.
Is there kind of a tipping point where it's like enough?
We haven't seen it.
Why is that, Jack?
Well, part of it is we've, over the years, been slow to raise prices. We've always tried not to go to the menu board to raise prices whenever we've had a challenge from a cost standpoint. We'll do other things to try to find efficiencies somewhere along the line. We raised prices in the second quarter of last year. We did that just to cover the cost of raising wages. We raised wages up to $15. It was an average of 15% increase. And we raised prices just to cover the dollar cost of that. So we didn't increase our margins. Our margins actually went down, but our profitability stayed the same. Our customers actually said, we really applaud what you're doing. We're fine with a 4% price increase. On a chicken burrito, that's 30 cents. But the fact that you increase wages to that extent, we like you even more, Chipotle.
CEO Brian Niccol has warned that Chipotle may raise prices again if cost pressures intensify. With the cost of eating out already at historic levels, consumers may just have to get used to paying more.
The industry is used to tepid inflation, call it 2%,
level of inflation. They take, a little bit of price to offset. It flows through and margins are just naturally restored. The fact of the matter is labor was the pressure point. So the industry today is definitely sitting on a high single-digit price versus what is typically a low single-digit price inflation or level of menu price increase.
In relative terms, everyone has to do this. In fact, I would say, Carol, we could be more patient than others because we own all of our restaurants. When you're a franchise organization, when you have franchisees that have borrowed to invest in their business, they can't necessarily afford to let inflation eat away at their ability to pay the debt for very long.
It is full speed ahead when it comes to store growth. Chipotle just upped its goal to 7,000 from 6,000 restaurants in the U.S., thanks in large part to strong performance it's seeing in smaller towns.
Based on, we're already in more than 100 of them. Based on the ones that we're in, based on the results so far, which are extraordinary, we think there is as many as almost 1,000 more restaurants. So even though you're talking about a small town with, maybe 20, 30,000 people, the sales volumes are almost the same as if we're in a city like Chicago or a Chicago suburb. But the investment costs are lower, the rents are certainly lower, and the operating costs are lower. So you end up getting higher margins and higher returns.
Chipotle reaps the full benefit of these returns since it owns and operates all its stores, an advantage that's not lost on Wall Street.
It's extremely unusual in not only restaurants, but from a restaurant stock perspective, to have a large cap stock that's growing its unit level economic model, meaning the revenues are getting better and the margins are getting better as growth is accelerating. It's like almost unheard of.
So there's little reason for Chipotle to begin franchising in the United States. But for the chain's 45 international restaurants, Bloomberg Intelligence notes that partnering with local operators overseas might boost margins and accelerate expansion.
We're open to the idea of some kind of franchise model. There are areas of the world where it's going to be harder for us to own and to run the businesses ourselves. We're in the process of bringing our digital system to Europe. That's going really, really well. We've also opened up some alternative sites. It gives us great optimism that international is going to be a growth vehicle for us in, hopefully not too distant future.
And that was Chipotle CFO Jack Hartung. You also heard the voice of Nicole Miller-Regan. She's managing director over at Piper Sandler. You can catch the entire interview and episode of Chief Future Officer. That's tonight at 9:30 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg TV and, of course, on our Bloomberg YouTube channel.
Did you eat any chicken burritos?
We did.
While you were out there?
So I had some guac. I had a bowl, burrito bowl.
I'm jealous right now.
It was good stuff.
Hey, that's really great. I'm looking forward to watching it tonight.
Thank you. It's really interesting to see the history that Jack has had with that company pre-IPO and more. So catch it 9:30 p.m. tonight on Bloomberg TV.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130. To Washington, D.C., Bloomberg 99.1. To Boston, Bloomberg 106.1. To San Francisco, Bloomberg 960. To the country, Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week, 29 minutes away from the closing bell. In the meantime, we're going to get to the Bloomberg Big Take. This is an interesting story.
Yeah, we talk a lot about the billionaires, the oligarchs of Russia who have been sanctioned, but it turns out a lot of them are not sanctioned. Tom Maloney is an editor at Bloomberg News. He's going to be joining us in just a minute. First, though, let's get an update on this trading day. Charlie, just about 28 minutes to go. What's going on?
Well, what's going on is we got red on the screen, and the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. What else is going on? We have got the S&P 500 index on track to snap that winning streak, down now by 42 points. Slight bounce off the bottom, emphasis on slight, but right now looking at a drop of 0.9%. The Dow down 172, lower by 0.5. NASDAQ down 206, a drop now of 1.4%. NASDAQ 100 index down 1.3%. Broad-based selling with the Russell 2000 down now by 2.1%. Hopes are fading for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine, and investors are assessing the risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. Oil rebounding from a two-day slide. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up by 3%. Spot gold up 0.7%, $19.32 the ounce. 10-year yield 2.35%. Two-year yield 2.31%. New York City COVID-19 cases are rising again, particularly among people in the 25 to 34-year-old age group. The surge appears to be concentrated in Manhattan, the most vaccinated borough. And COVID-19 infections in the UK have edged back up following the easing of restrictions and rapid spread of a more transmissible subvariant of Omicron. So how soon until the U.S. should consider itself to be out of the woods with COVID? Dr. Bhakti Hansadi is Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health.
I'm thinking it's summer when all of our society is vaccinated, i.e. children under 5, so we'll be able to say, you know what, this is now over. We are now onto a new chapter. There's universal access to vaccines, which is our single most effective tool against individuals dying from COVID. And that is a good time point to aim for.
Dr. Bhakti Hansadi, Associate Professor of Emergency Medicine at the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health, which is supported by Michael R. Bloomberg, founder of Bloomberg LP and Bloomberg Philanthropies. Pfizer shares down now by 1%. Its German partner BioNTech, its ADRs up 1.5%. AstraZeneca's ADRs up 1.4%. Moderna tumbling 3.8%. Johnson & Johnson up by 0.5%. Recapping, S&P down 0.9. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, the Bloomberg Big Take, it's a story that's among the most read on the Bloomberg today. It's about how about half of Russia's 20 richest billionaires are not being sanctioned.
The story by Tom Maloney and Stephanie Baker. Tom's an editor at Bloomberg News. He's with us in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. So, Tom, it's really fascinating to me to see that the people who are on this list and those who are sanctioned and those who have not been sanctioned. We're talking about sanctions by essentially 3 different groups: the European Union, the UK, and of course the United States as well. Let's start with the people who are not sanctioned. Are there commonalities that exist among them as to why they have been hit with sanctions?
Yeah, so it was a little bit surprising. I mean, 4 out of the 5 richest Russians before the invasion of Ukraine have still not been sanctioned. One commonality that we see are people who are involved in the nickel industry, like Vladimir Putin, who's still the richest Russian. He owns about 1/3 of Norilsk Nickel, which is the world's largest producer of high-grade nickel, and it's potentially a little bit of concern about what might happen to the nickel market if somebody like Putin was sanctioned. Back in 2018...
Not to be confused with Vladimir Putin.
That's correct. This is Vladimir Potinin. Back in 2018, the U.S. sanctioned Oleg Deripaska, who had a big stake in a aluminum company, and that had a huge impact on the market for aluminum around the world. And I think, you know, there's a desire not to impact the nickel market again. We're already seeing huge inflation, obviously, all around the world.
Yeah, we just talked a little about this.
It's kind of a balancing act there.
Well, what about, you know, it's interesting. I'm curious how they determine
obviously they're looking at the economic or market implications, but I also do wonder, like, what's the disparity between UK sanctions versus EU sanctions versus the US, because they're not all the same, right? And does that kind of determine who's being impacted?
They're not all the same. I mean, in the US so far, out of that top 20 has only sanctioned 4 of them, whereas the EU and UK have sanctioned a lot more, which is kind of a reversal to what happened after the invasion of Crimea. This still can have an impact on the people not sanctioned by the US. Once you're sanctioned in one of those jurisdictions, I think it makes it very difficult for a bank anywhere to work with you.
Mm-hmm.
So to a certain extent, I think
The differences don't matter because...
The differences don't matter that much. I think they matter to an extent, but it makes life, once you're sanctioned by one of those groups, it makes life very difficult for you to do business.
Tom, I do want to note that your story is part of today's Big Take. Check out more from Bloomberg's The Big Take on the Bloomberg Terminal and also bloomberg.com/Big Take. Is it fair to say, Tom, that the folks who haven't been sanctioned at this point, they have something or have access to something that the global supply chain needs?
I don't think that's 100% the case. I mean, look, I think
Who are
that...
the exceptions here? Like, is there somebody on this list that sticks out and you're like, it was really hard for us to actually decipher why this person wasn't or hasn't been sanctioned yet?
Well, no, I think that, I mean, yes, there are people, again, I mean, like, there are people who are closer, you could argue, to political power in Russia who haven't been sanctioned yet. And I think in those cases, the commonality is often that they're involved in, strategic products like nickel or fertilizer. In other cases, look, some of these decisions don't really make a huge amount of sense. I mean, we saw one person, Guriev, who was sanctioned, but it was Guriev Jr., who doesn't actually have, he's the executive at a company that was founded by his father, but those sanctions on him don't really make any difference because he wasn't the founder of the company. He doesn't have a significant stake in the company. Some of the decisions, frankly, by government so far are kind of a head scratcher. And I mean, even if you sort of step back from the 20 richest Russians, there's more than 800 individuals who've been sanctioned, something like 800 by the UK, EU, and US, but there's not actually a lot of commonality in those 800 sanctioned by each group, which is kind of strange. It doesn't seem to be a huge amount of coordination at this stage.
Is there one thing, though, like proximity to Putin that automatically kind of is a red flag? We've just got about 25 seconds left.
I mean, look, people who are in actual political power, in political roles in Russia, haven't really been able to avoid sanctions at this stage, which obviously makes complete sense. But other than that, I think, look, it's an evolving situation and there's still it's not completely clear, a lot of these decisions that have been made so far.
Right, we talked about, was it either the EU or I think like looking at to maybe even impose another round of sanctions. So as you said, it's kind of fluid. Yeah. All right, Tom Maloney, thank you so much. Editor of Bloomberg News in our Interactive Broker Studio. That is with the Bloomberg Big Take today about Russia's 20 richest billionaires, half of them not being sanctioned.
Let's get to Washington, D.C., and Nancy Lyons is standing by with World and National News. Hey, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. President Biden is calling on Congress to authorize a new round of funding for COVID-19 treatments and vaccines, or else our stockpiles could run dry.
We have enough supply to give booster shots to those newly eligible individuals. But if Congress fails to act, we won't have the supply we need this fall.
Biden received a second booster shot in front of the cameras today. He also announced a new website where Americans can find everything they need to know to fight COVID, including masks. The website is covid.gov. Facebook is looking to turn the public against its rival TikTok. It's reportedly enlisting Republican power brokers to do it. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager reports.
Facebook parent Meta Platforms hired the GOP consulting firm Targeted Victory to place op-eds and letters to the editor in regional news outlets. The goal, according to the Washington Post, was to portray the Chinese-based video app as a threat to American kids and society and to deflect attention from Meta's own privacy and antitrust concerns. Targeted Victory says it's worked with Meta for years and is proud of its work. Meta is defending the campaign against TikTok. A spokesman says all platforms should face a level of scrutiny consistent with their success. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Bruce Willis is stepping away from acting after a diagnosis of aphasia. The condition causes loss of the ability to understand or express speech. Willis's family announced the news in a statement today on Willis's Instagram page. The 67-year-old actor's family says he was recently diagnosed and that it's impacting his cognitive abilities. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. You are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, along with Tim Stanovic, my co-host here in our Interactive Brokers studio. So New York City COVID-19 cases, Nancy was talking a little bit about COVID and what's going on. New York City COVID-19 cases are rising again, particularly among people 25 to 34 years old. This is according to city officials. The surge appears to be concentrated in Manhattan, which is the most vaccinated borough.
So this is a really interesting story, Carol, because we also saw the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene post a warning on Twitter today saying that they, quote, strongly recommend that New Yorkers mask up indoors and get booster shots. The warnings come in contrast to the city's COVID alert system, which identifies the COVID alert level as low risk.
I was reading one of our Bloomberg opinion columns about somebody, I think they were either on a bus in LA or something, and said they basically want to just wear a mask forever on mass transportation. Justin Fox.
The column, yeah, Justin's great. He's based here in New York, but he's spending some time in
on the West Coast.
Yeah,
right?
in our LA bureau, and he's been riding the bus to work, which is so funny because if you've ever lived in LA,
it's not a great one.
It's not a bus necessarily. It's a city where a lot of people drive cars. But I think Justin's a New Yorker. But he has a great column out today. I read that on the subway as I was masked up this morning, Carol.
Right, and saying that I hope kind of people wear masks.
Yeah.
I'm going to probably wear a mask, or he said he's going to probably wear a mask on mass transportation forever.
I think I will too. Even when we don't know what the FAA is going to do next, but you still are required to wear a mask on an airplane. Carol, you and I are going to be doing some traveling in May. There's a chance that we won't be required to wear masks on our flight to the West Coast in May.
I probably would.
I probably will.
First of all, just even not getting the common cold like I used to is just a nice thing. And until we really...
No offense to whoever's sitting next to me, but I'm going to mask up.
It's not personal. I care about my health. I care about my community's health, and certainly going to keep an eye on it. By the way, in New York or in Manhattan, the case surge comes as the BAT variant becomes more prominent nationwide. The 7-day average positivity rate in New York City was at 2.3%, up from around 1% at the beginning of March, according to city data. So that's more than a doubling. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Tape. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. 13 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. S&P lower for the first time in 5 days. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index now down by 1.2%. NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.3%, down 185 points. The Russell 2000 is down 2%. S&P lower by 35, a drop there of 0.8%, bouncing off the bottom. The Dow is down 124, a drop right now of just about 0.4%. Stocks are falling as hopes fade for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine. Investors are also assessing the risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. Crude oil has rebounded from a two-day slump. West Texas Intermediate crude up by 2.9%, 107.29 a barrel. Spot gold up 0.8%, up $16 the ounce to $19.35. Recapping, 10-year yield 2.34%. S&P down 34, down 0.8. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. It's 3:48 on Wall Street.
The following is an editorial from Bloomberg Opinion.
This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Editorial Board. The International Criminal Court is investigating potential war crimes committed during Russia's invasion of Ukraine. But even if the court amasses proof of atrocities, high-ranking Russian officials won't face prosecution anytime soon. That's because Russia, like the U.S., does not accept the court's jurisdiction over its citizens. Even so, an impartial war crimes inquiry has value, collecting evidence that Russia knowingly targeted civilians would counter President Vladimir Putin's attempts to cast the war as a legitimate military operation. It would make mid-level officials think twice about carrying out criminal orders. And it would demonstrate the world's commitment to defending human rights and the rule of law. Russia's aggression in Ukraine has shocked the international community. Imposing accountability for such appalling acts is the first step toward ensuring they are not repeated. This editorial was written by the Bloomberg Editorial Board. For more Bloomberg opinion, please go to Bloomberg.com/opinion or OPIN Go on the Bloomberg terminal.
This has been Bloomberg Opinion.
I'm driving in my car.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
We are driving towards the close on this Wednesday, bouncing around a little bit off our highs of the session, bouncing off our lows, but really tech stocks in particular, Tim, taking it on the chin, down about, as Charlie mentioned, more than 200 points, down 1.4%.
A little bit of a reversal than what we saw over the last 4 days, Carol. 4-day rally on the S&P 500, so I'm taking a little pause here. Aaron Kennan is co-founder and CEO at Clear Harbor Asset Management. Aaron manages at Clear Harbor over $1 billion in assets. He joins us now on the phone from Stamford, Connecticut. Aaron, how are you?
Doing just fine, Tim. Hope everyone's well there.
Yeah, we're doing well, thank you. Well, help us make sense of this market here, because we certainly saw...
I'm doing okay, but
Why,
Tim's
you're
doing,
not doing
well.
well?
I don't know. It's a rough environment, let's be fair.
Come on, Carol, it's Wednesday.
Sorry.
Glasses half full.
Honesty prevails. Anyway,
all right,
go
it's
ahead.
true. There is sort of this dark... But, to be honest, there is a dark cloud, not just, kind of hanging over international relations, but also we're seeing that play out in the markets as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at this market picture, it's sort of interesting. We've rallied off of that early low achieved in March by, call it 9 or 10%, Tim and Carol, and we're only down, call it 3 to 5% on the equity side this year, whether you're talking about the MSCI All World or the S&P. Yet we're in the midst of a war. We have spiking rates since the beginning of the year. I think twos have gone from 0.73% to, where are they right now, 2.31.
Right.
And stubbornly high inflation picture along with wages and high energy. And yet, the equity market's been somewhat resilient. And I do worry that the ebbing of liquidity that we will still very much see this year, that is to say higher Fed funds rates by more than 200 basis points is already in the cards, and a disappearance of the fiscal stimulus, which was extraordinary in 2020 and 21, will eventually come to the fore into the psyche and into the market as it pertains to how investors think about equity valuations.
Wait, so you think that the Fed, in terms of the moves that we will get this year, already factored in, Aaron, in terms of the equity side of things?
No, I worry that we've seen this sort of short covering rally, that the equity market rally from March 8th to date, which has been somewhat significant in the midst of all this negative news, is a bit of a head fake. Okay. And while we are very much of the view that time in the market is more important than timing the market, I think we're heading into stormier weather over the next several weeks and perhaps months, and I think investors ought to be prepared for that.
What do they need to do to prepare?
Well, it's interesting. I think the 60-40 portfolio, at least year to date, hasn't worked because you have fixed income that's off actually more than equities. But I do think we're at a point where you've seen a significant rise in yields in the 2-year part of the curve, and you've seen 10-year Treasury yields rise as well. And so I think we're probably approaching a point over the next couple of months where fixed income probably becomes a little more anchored and a little more resilient, particularly if the growth profile decelerates in the U.S. economy and the global economy, which is what we expect. So I think the sort of anti-fragile asset that has historically been fixed income and perhaps gold and a couple of other things from time to time may come back into the fore, but we need to see a softening and a thawing on the inflation front in addition to a reduction in the trajectory of growth for that fixed income asset class to sort of serve as ballast, which it hasn't year to date.
Well, and I do wonder, Aaron, I feel like every day we have this conversation, have stocks bottomed, have yields topped out. So it sounds to me like what you're saying in terms of yields that maybe we have topped out a little bit.
Well, I think we're certainly, I suspect we're closer to the top than we are the bottom. And I know that there are some other prognosticators out there who believe that this inflation will remain sticky for not just quarters, but perhaps years, that due to deglobalization and other dynamics at play, that we're going to be at a significantly higher sort of trend inflation rate. And I think if you look at long-term inflation expectations as defined in the market through various metrics like inflation break-evens and five-year floating to fixed metrics, even on the Bloomberg terminal, you'll see that inflation is, yes, it's risen for long-term expectations, but it's still somewhat anchored. And I think if that holds, yes, perhaps we see a slightly higher inflation dynamic, but the notion that we're going to see runaway inflation, I think, is ultimately going to turn the Fed from moving from an extraordinarily hawkish posture, which we'll see this year, into a slightly more significant, maybe even dovish posture in 2023.
When you say inflation is anchored, some people might be like, what?
Are we talking 2%?
Right.
Well, no, so like, are you saying that
inflation is anchored? And I would argue,
meaning it's going to come down, like it's not going to stay where it is.
Correct. Okay. Yeah. So if you look at, for example, spot oil prices today relative to even 1 year from now, the futures market, there's backwardation. That's the case for even a lot of the soft commodities like wheat, even natural gas. And so if you look at even the supply chain dynamic, which has led to a lot of inflation, the Port of Long Beach, we're seeing significant thawing on the supply chain front there. On the other hand, we're seeing COVID-related problems in Asia, which are leading to supply chain dynamics not thawing. But I think if you look ahead, if you take a sort of a slightly more glass half full perspective here, and you look into 2023-24 in a post-COVID world, God hope a post-war in Ukraine world, I suspect the inflation picture will improve somewhat dramatically over the next 12 to 24 months.
Do you think inflation peaks in 2022?
I do.
When do we start to see it go down?
Well, I think the geopolitical uncertainty factor is certainly weighing on a part of that, which is the energy component of inflation, which is about 25 to 35%, depending on which inflation index you're looking at. And then the wage side, in the U.S., we've had an interesting dynamic. The labor participation rate is still not back to where it was pre-COVID. It is in places like Canada, for example, but not the U.S. It improved the last time around. We're going to see a nice data on Friday, hopefully, that indicates further improvement. but part of the inflation picture is wage concern, wage stickiness, which can impact corporate margins. If labor participation rate increases and continues on trend to increase, I think that'll probably alleviate some of those concerns as well.
Yeah, interesting perspective and feels pretty grounded. Aaron, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Aaron Kennan, co-founder and chief executive officer at Clear Harbor Asset Management, roughly $1 billion in assets under management. Once again, on the phone from Stamford, Connecticut. You know, he talks about the ebbing of liquidity. It's something we talked about with Abigail at the start, that there's still some $9 trillion in equity out there, but you do wonder how quickly that gets sucked out of the system.
Yeah, that's a really good question. Also interesting what he had to say about the rally that we've seen of late.
Yeah, exactly. We've had quite a bounce back. All right, folks, time to head over to our TV colleagues for Beyond the Bell, counting you down to the close on radio, TV, and YouTube on this Wednesday.
Beyond the Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
And right now, we are 2 minutes away from the end of the trading day. Romaine Boston, Caroline Hyde, Taylor Riggs counting you down to that closing bell, here to help take us beyond the bell. It's our global simulcast, joined right now by Carol Massar and Tim Stenovic. We welcome in our audiences across Bloomberg Television, Radio, and YouTube. And Carol, we had 4 straight days of gains here. Pretty strong gains that helped to recoup a lot of the losses that we've had on a year-to-date basis. So I guess today, maybe that just counts as a little bit of a breather rather than a sell-off.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. Maybe a little bit of a breather. We're going to get a bunch of economic news tomorrow on inflation and other reads, certainly on the labor market, personal income and spending. And then, of course, Friday, the big jobs report. So maybe investors just waiting to see what the economic data points, Tim, point to in terms of growth going forward.
Maybe. We just had this great conversation with Aaron Kennan, the co-founder and CEO at Clear Harbor Asset Management, and he's worried that the rally that we've seen since March 8th is really short covering, and he said he called this, a bit of a head fake.
You know, Tim, it's interesting. We heard sort of maybe similar comments here. We had Jason Brady of Thornburg Investment Management on TV, and maybe not being as cautious as that, but saying that just looking out over the next 12 to 24 months, Caroline, it does make you a little bit nervous when we're sort of taking a look at what some of the broader yield curve indicators might be telling us.
And then you get an ADP number coming in, 455,000 jobs added. You get strength there. We'll get potentially some reassertion of that strength in the jobs data we get tomorrow, and the next day jobs claims, and then of course the all-important non-farm payrolls. All of that really speaks to a fundamentally pretty strong U.S. economy.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's, at the end of the day, that's really what it's about. It's about the economic fundamentals. And then, too, of course, we're going to talk about the corporate fundamentals in a couple of weeks' time when we start to get that next round of earnings from the first quarter. As far as today here, you're looking at a Dow Jones Industrial Average that's going to finish the day down by about 66 points, or about 0.2%. The S&P down 0.6%, or 29 points. The NASDAQ Composite going to finish lower by about 177 points, or about 1.2% here. And the big underperformer of the day, that belongs to the Russell 2000, which is going to close down by about 42 points here on the day, roughly about 2% lower than where it started or where it ended yesterday.
Yeah, really an indication in terms of maybe domestically what's ahead in terms of growth. One thing I've been watching, you guys know, I like to watch Chinese stocks that trade here in the U.S. NASDAQ Golden Dragon.
How's the NASDAQ Golden Dragon Index doing?
Down 1.25%. Why do I bring it up? Because the U.S. trade chief up on Capitol Hill testifying that maybe a new focus needed as China hasn't changed. Basically, we can't change China's behavior, so maybe it's time to rebuild the U.S. industrial manufacturing base. I do think about how the world is changing kind of on a bigger, broader term.
And, we didn't get a chance to talk a little, or at least on the TV program, about a lot of the Chinese ADRs that have moved lower today on the back of the regulatory announcement, basically with regards to some of these live streamers and how they make money, and the idea that some of these companies like Bilibili need to do more with regards to, tracking the taxation and such.
We can talk all about those as well. Just
How's
quickly,
the yield curve doing?
Well, I'm not actually going to go to the yield curve just yet. Wow. I will go to the individual sectors for our radio audience, as we do. Thank you, Caroline. They will all be bond proxies as we bring it back into the equity markets. The sector winners, the sector losers, 2 dives down, Carol. And I think what's interesting is it looks a little bit more balanced in terms of green for the gainers, red for the losers. At the top of the screen, it is, energy again, right? Up 1.2%. Food and staples and utilities, as we think about the bond proxies, those are the big outperformers as yields fall on the day. And then just going down to the bottom of the screen, banks, of course, are down about 1.9%. That is to be expected. But technology really has been the big laggard, Carol. You get semis and semiconductor equipment. That sector is down 3% on the day.
Yeah, that's a big hit. All right, let me get to some of the gainers. Lululemon, we were breaking their earnings after the close yesterday. This was definitely an outperformer today.
The shoes.
It's all about the shoes. Stock was up about 10% in today's trade, top of the NASDAQ 100. They were optimistic about their sales outlook for this year, and that did exceed analyst estimates. I mentioned Arhaus before because we were talking about RH, which was one of the bummers, certainly one of the decliners in today's session. Well, Arhaus was certainly a big gainer, up almost 21% in today's trade. This is after reporting fourth quarter results and guidance that beat estimates, still down about 35% for the year overall. And Trulieve Cannabis, it was a gainer, so don't judge me, but it was up almost, it's had quite a swing. Caroline was talking about swings earlier. It was down 4%, was up almost 3%, pretty much ending unchanged on the day. Did report earnings.
Is this because of the vote that's going on in the House?
There is optimism. We did see a lot of movement in cannabis stocks. The House expected to vote on a measure in terms of decriminalization for the sector.
We spoke to Boris Jordan a little bit earlier on Bloomberg TV. He wasn't all that, optimistic about it getting through the Senate.
It takes. I feel like we've been having this conversation for how many years? We're going to talk to the Trulieve Cannabis CEO as well, but it does feel like it's a conversation, right, Tim, that we've been having for a long time.
Yeah, looking forward to speaking with Kim Rivers about that in just a few minutes. In the meantime, let's take a look at some of the decliners that I had my eye on today. Apple finished the day down by 0.7%, down for the first time in 14 sessions following its longest winning streak since 2003. It was higher earlier in the session, but then did move lower. We did see a couple headlines earlier around Apple, an exclusive by Mark Gurman saying that Apple is moving more of its financial services in-house. And then William Turton reporting that Apple and Meta gave data to hackers who forged legal requests. I'm also watching Affirm today, down.
Didn't they pretend they were security agents or something?
Yeah, and that's a serious issue for these social platforms, right? It's not like a traditional hack per se, because these social platforms do work with law enforcement agencies. I mentioned Mark Gurman's story about Apple increasingly moving financial services in-house. That did move shares of payment stocks. Affirm finished the day down by 2.9%, among other companies that were lower. And then AMC Entertainment, got to give a check of the meme stocks.
Is it all over?
Sorry?
Is it all over?
Yeah, that's the question. Is it? GameStop was also down today, but since March 14th, AMC has been up 117%. So a little bit of a breather for AMC today.
Maybe a bit of profit taking going on across the board. And indeed, it's interesting that you see perhaps stocks on the lower side as commodities push on the higher side. And we've seen this sort of correlation when we worry about oil, we worry about inflation. And look at the vertical that is commodities on your global macro movers, a sea of green. Steel up more than 2%, zinc up at more than almost 2%. Milk's an important one, obviously. Meanwhile, WTI crude up more than 3%. Natural gas pushing up higher as well. Significant moves over in Europe. Here in the US, it was up more than 4 percentage points. Talk about inflationary pushes. Talk about, of course, the worry about Russia, Ukraine, and what that means for global supply chains. And weave that into an FX market that therefore actually sees for once the dollar for a second straight day dropping against most of the G10 peers. This is more linked to a yield story, but we actually see Europe, the inflation story hitting there hard. We saw German inflation coming in much hotter than had been expected. We continue to see Spanish inflation hitting an unexpected high. This is therefore potentially seeing that the ECB might have to move, and the euro pushes that much on the upside. Interestingly, the Japanese yen, after hitting a 6-year low, is managing to recoup some of its losses. And lastly, I look at what's happening on the sovereign bond story, and well, there was a sell-off continuing over in Europe. But what about in the US?
You certainly see that, Caroline, as well. Here in the U.S. as well, was bond price higher, yield lower. After sort of a relentless climb higher in yields, we took a little bit of a breather here today. You're down in yields mostly about 5 to 7 basis points across the curve, but still really elevated levels, Romain. When you think about a 2-year yield that is up 160 basis points this quarter alone, and a 10-year yield up 85 basis points this quarter alone.
Yeah, we make a lot of jokes, of course, about the yield curve and what it signals, but the idea that we've seen this a type of narrowing of that curve down and the move higher that we've seen in yields here, I mean, there's going to be a lot of superlatives when we get to tomorrow, of course, with the great rebalancing at the end of the month, end of the quarter, whatever we're calling it these days. But, I mean, the losses that you've seen, not just on sovereign debt, but high-yield bonds, on investment-grade bonds, on everything else. So, I mean, it's pretty significant here, and it really raises a lot of questions about what the bond market continues to price in. We had Abigail Doolittle on a little bit earlier, Carol, just talking about how much more volatile right now the bond market is compared to the equity market.
Yeah, interesting to hear her, talk about that in terms of the swings that we've seen on the fixed income side of things. We were just talking, with Aaron Kennan, Tim was talking about that too as well, but just how that in terms of the lot of, whether or not he's concerned about the liquidity coming out of the market and what that does certainly for the equity side of things. So I don't know, there's a lot of discussion going on about kind of where we go next with this.
Yeah, we also got a lot of economic data today. We're going to get a lot in the remainder of the week too, as Caroline mentioned. Caroline, I still have my eyes on what's going on with mortgages, because I think that's a really important one for us to watch, and to what extent these higher mortgage rates are going to actually temper down home sales. Does it cool off the housing market at all? Because that's certainly a huge component when it comes to inflation.
Malcolm Etheridge had been on with us earlier, CIC Wealth, and talking really about how the housing market really is an area that doesn't seem to be reacting as it should, still far too, rallying high. We still have a supply issue on that side. And what that does to sentiment as well. At the moment, with the housing market still managing to remain strong, does that make you feel like you've got less wealth, more wealth? But the question is, at what point mortgages start to eat, and really what point you get a buyer's strike?
All right, well, we've got a lot of economic data points that we're going to get through tomorrow, so looking forward to that in our conversation. All right, folks, that's going to do it for Beyond the Bell on radio, TV, and YouTube. We'll catch you again for our cross-platform coverage tomorrow.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Bloomberg Quick Takes Tim Stenovic on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic. I was trying to make a point and remember something from Aaron Kennan.
I know where you're going.
Spaced there a little
I know
bit.
where you were going. And I actually should have gone there. I was thinking, you talked about that bonds were haven't served as a ballast, right? And the 60-40 portfolio this year really hasn't worked out.
And that yields he thinks have kind of topped out in terms of being anchored. Like he was saying, in terms of stocks, he didn't think we bottomed out, but he thought that yields have topped out.
Bonds for the remainder of the year, right?
Yeah, he did. Well, especially if yields have settled down and we start to see more people back. That was the point I was trying to make.
Yesterday we were talking to Pictet Asset Management.
Yeah.
Another contrarian.
Luca Paolini.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's tricky right now. I think it's really tricky. And I do wonder, what we're going to see. Could we see more pain in terms of the equity trade?
This is why I'm glad we get to talk about it and not make the decisions about people's portfolios.
I know. We just get to ask other people questions who have to make decisions. All right. Back to World and National News. Back to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Carol, the White House says the Russian invasion of Ukraine is a strategic blunder and one that President Vladimir Putin knows little about.
Putin is being misinformed by his advisors about how badly the Russian military is performing and how the Russian economy is being crippled by sanctions because his senior advisors are too afraid to tell him the truth.
White House Communications Director Kate Bedingfield says President Biden spoke with Ukraine's President Zelensky today and promised another $500 million in U.S. aid. Well, President Biden rolled up his sleeve this afternoon for another COVID-19 booster shot, and he says it's crucial for Congress to approve additional funding so others can be protected.
We can't wait until we find ourselves in the midst of another surge to act. It'll be too late. And we also need this funding to continue our efforts to vaccinate the world with commitments we made.
Biden says additional money is needed to sustain COVID testing beyond June and to secure additional vaccine supply. Well, labor shortages and pandemic stress may be showing up in an unexpected way in the workplace.
More working Americans are testing positive for drug use. The Wall Street Journal reports the percentage hit a 2-decade high last year, driven by an increase in marijuana tests. Of the more than 6 million workplace tests done by Quest Diagnostics, nearly 4% came back positive, a 50% jump from 2017. At the same time, fewer companies are testing their employees as more states legalize the use of marijuana and labor shortages force more businesses to loosen their screening policies. In Washington, I'm Amy Morris, Bloomberg Radio.
Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nance, thank you so much. Carol Massar along with Tim Stenovic here at Bloomberg headquarters in New York City. So
I think we touched upon this a little bit yesterday,
Yeah.
but hackers stealing about $600 million from a blockchain network connected to the popular Axie Infinity online game and one of the biggest crypto attacks to date.
Okay, so this is a little tough to follow, so bear with me here. It's a really great story by Olga Karif, who's been covering crypto for years, before many people were even talking about it or it was even on their radar. A really great job that she did on this. Computers known as nodes operated by the Axie Affinity maker Sky Mavis and the Axie DAO that support a so-called bridge. Okay, a bridge is software that lets people convert tokens into ones that can be used on another network. That was attacked, with the hacker draining what's known as the Ronin bridge of 173,600 Ether and 25.5 million USDC tokens in 2 different transactions. The breach happened on March 23rd, but it was only discovered on Tuesday. That's according to Ronin, the blockchain that supports Axie Infinity. So this bridge is used as a way to transfer crypto.
It's like cross assets.
Exactly.
Like
Well,
or an
across
exchange.
platforms, yeah.
Yeah,
across
but I mean,
different decentralized platforms.
Right. So you're right. Exactly.
So you get it when it's in motion.
So the attack is the latest to show that bridges are often rife with problems. The computer code of many isn't audited, and that really allows for hackers to exploit vulnerabilities. This is according to Olga's reporting. It's often unclear who runs them and exactly how. Identities of validators who are supposed to order transactions on bridges are often shrouded in mystery, and yet there are thousands of bridges out there, and they move hundreds of millions of dollars worth of crypto.
Okay.
Just think about it.
Think about how stressful that is if you need to move a big amount of money. I mean, I get stressed out making a transfer between bank accounts, right?
I know, you're like, did you get it right?
Yeah, exactly.
Can I get a little piece of paper that says you got it right?
And I'll send like,
Or
30 cents ahead of time to make sure it actually works. So I asked Olga, she was on Quick Take with us earlier today, what consumers need to know. And she said, you got to really audit the computer code here. Who's ready to
How do you audit the
code?
computer code?
I don't.
This is why I say I think about telling my European grandparents, like trying to explain this to them, and they'd be like, what? I mean, we all would be like, what? I'm like, what? All right, this is Bloomberg.
headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Take. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks lower for the first time in 5 days as hopes faded for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine and investors assess the risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. Oil rebounded from a 2-day slide. Today we saw West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 3.1%, back above 107.46 a barrel on WTI. Gold up 0.8%, 19.33 the ounce. Equities though lower. S&P fell 29, down by about 0.6%. The Dow dropped 65, down 0.2%. Nasdaq was down 177, a drop of 1.2%. The 10-year yield 2.33%. The 2-year yield 2.30%. Apple fell today, ending its longest rally since 2003. Apple shares down by 0.7%. Recapping stocks lower, the S&P down 0.6. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It is indeed. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. So we did see some gains and movement, actually quite a wide swing, about a 6 or 7% swing in cannabis stocks today as the U.S. House of Representatives is expected to approach a vote on a bill that would decriminalize marijuana. And keeping with that, we also get a financial update on one of the companies in the space. We're talking about Trulieve Cannabis out this morning. Fourth quarter revenue in line, adjusted EBITDA a miss, and the company's forecast missed analyst forecast based on Bloomberg data. The stock, we did see some movement in it as well, finishing kind of unchanged on the day after an earlier rally.
Yeah, a little bit of volatility when it comes to cannabis stocks. I think that's an understatement over the last year. Kim Rivers is CEO of Trulieve. She joins us on the phone via Zoom, from Tallahassee, Florida. Kim, good to chat with you again. Let's start with the quarter, and then we'll move into the legislation that's, well, perhaps making its way through Congress, because we've seen this story before. Fourth quarter earnings reporting record revenue of $938 million, up 80% year over year. Give us your takeaways from the quarter.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you so much for having me. And, it was a phenomenal quarter for Trulieve. I'm really proud of our team. Of course, ended the year up 80% following a year of 105% growth the year before. So 2 consecutive years of just really incredible growth. Top line, bottom line finished 41% EBITDA, which again is the strongest in the industry. We of course completed the largest cannabis acquisition to date, closing our acquisition of Harvest Health and Recreation in October. So
how much? Remind me how much that was for?
That was the headline number was $2 billion. We did a share exchange ratio, so it ended up coming in a bit under that, given the as you mentioned, volatility in the market coming into year end. And it took our portfolio from 4 states when we entered in 2021 to exiting the year with 11 states and an impressive retail leading network of 159 store locations and cultivation and production north of 3.5 million square feet.
So how has the story around and the reality in terms of the cannabis market, Kim, I feel like we've been talking about it for several years, right? We've all been excited about it, waiting for more, kind of regulatory oversight and legitimization here. And it does feel like there was some momentum earlier in the day out of expectations that the House is expected to do a vote on a bill this week. Where are we in this process, from where we've come over the last couple of years to where we are today? How would you describe it?
Yeah, so I think it's been, of course, as folks who've been following cannabis would, I'm sure, agree, a bit of a roller coaster. Yeah. If we're really looking at the macro picture from a federal reform perspective, I want to caveat that heavily by saying that our business and other businesses like us, which are plant-touching U.S. operators, and that's an important distinction, because we are not able to list on the regular exchanges, right? We're not able to list on the NYSE or on the NASDAQ. And so it's always a little frustrating and interesting because you see big moves to the positive with companies that are, quote, cannabis companies. Those are actually Canadian operators with Canadian operations. And so they actually can't benefit from federal change in the near term. Those are the stocks because they're the only stocks available on those exchanges that see the positive gains today.
But still an indicator of kind of sentiment, right? Like, investor sentiment comes from a lot of different places. Yeah.
100%. 100%. And so what we see, and the other caveat I would say is that the state momentum has not slowed down. And so the fundamentals of our business, when we talk about 80% revenue growth, strong EBITDA margins, portfolio expansion, et cetera, that really is grounded in the state regulatory structure that is continuing to evolve in a real and meaningful way, right? Maryland right now is actually in session, expect a bill to pass with a follow-up amendment to their constitution around recreational cannabis. Of course, all the talk out of New York and New Jersey. We've got Georgia, who's about to launch a medical program. A number of southern markets, actually, who are about to launch medical, are in different varying stages of launching medical programs. So
is that the growth? Is it medical or recreational?
Well, it's both, right? So I think, and it's somewhat regionalized, and, we've articulated this regional hub strategy. That's one of the reasons, in southern states, it's primarily launching medical programs to start. Northeast, there's good penetration from a medical program perspective. So now it's just that switch over to recreational. Of course, out west, those are our legacy markets. They've been around and have both medical and recreational sales for over a decade. So there is varying parts of the country that are in various stages. But to get back to your question on federal change, I think the thought process was with the Democrats coming into the majority in Congress and, of course, with the presidency, the thought was that there would be meaningful change more quickly, post-election. You saw stocks and rally around that sentiment, if you will, in the hopes that we would see something more meaningful quickly. Unfortunately, that has not been the case. There have been a number of proposals that have come forward, but they haven't been able to get traction in both houses. The MORE Act, as an example, which we expect to be voted on again on Friday, has already passed the House previously. I would expect for it to pass again.
You don't sound optimistic.
Well, I expect it to pass again. I think the issue is that it's between the House and the Senate, right, in terms of whether or not we're going to see the ability to coalesce and reach a compromise that can pass both houses.
All right, we got to run. Kim, thank you so much. Kim Rivers, she's the Chief Executive Officer of TrueLeave via Zoom from Tallahassee.
Hey, I want to get to a headline making its way across the terminal now. The SEC chief casting doubt on an imminent deal to avoid China delisting. We're talking Gary Gensler tamping down speculation that a deal is brewing to keep about 200 Chinese stocks from losing their listing, signaling that only total compliance with U.S. audit inspections will allow the companies to keep trading on American markets.
The SEC's chief, his tough words showing that the U.S. remains unwavering in its demand that American regulators get full access to the audit. So again, reminding us of that complicated relationship between the U.S. and China. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Massar, Tim Stenvik. This is Bloomberg.
Broadcasting live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York. Bloomberg 1130 to Washington, D.C. Bloomberg 99.1 to Boston. Bloomberg 106.1 to San Francisco. Bloomberg 960 to the country. Sirius XM Channel 119. And around the globe, the Bloomberg Business app and BloombergRadio.com. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
All right, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Virtually every CEO we spoke to emphasized the importance of having a clear point of view on where the world is going. That's not Tim and I, although I feel like we might do that too, but that's in a new book.
It is. The book is called CEO Excellence, the 6 mindsets that distinguish the best leaders from the rest. We're going to have an in-depth conversation in just a few minutes with one of the authors of that book. First, though, Charlie Pellet, give us an update on the markets.
It was a down day, Tim, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining for the first time in 5 days. Hopes faded for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine. Investors were assessing the risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. Today, we had the tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 index down 1.1%, NASDAQ Composite Index down 1.2%, lower by 177 points, S&P down 29, lower by 0.6, while the Dow dropped 65, down by 0.2%. Stocks did bounce off the bottom, but still a down day for the Dow, the S&P, and NASDAQ. 10-year yield 2.35%, the 2-year yield 2.30%, spot gold up 0.7%, 19.33 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 3.1%, 107.44 for a barrel of WTI. Well, as for the market backdrop, Aaron Kennan is CEO at Clear Harbor Asset Management. He was our guest right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
I do worry that the ebbing of liquidity that we will still very much see this year, that is to say higher Fed funds rates by more than 200 basis points is already in the cards, and a disappearance of the fiscal stimulus, which was extraordinary in 2020 and 21, will eventually come to the fore and into the psyche and into the market as it pertains to how investors think about equity valuations.
FedEx is partnering with Elroy Air. It's a startup that makes a large cargo drone to test moving packages by air with no pilot on board. The hybrid-powered electric aircraft can fly about 300 miles with as much as 500 pounds of cargo in a detachable pod. And the SEC has added Baidu to a growing list of companies that may face removal because of Beijing's refusal to permit U.S. officials to review their auditors' work. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, not all CEOs are created equal. According to some research, 30% of Fortune 500 CEOs last fewer than 3 years in the role. 2 out of 5 new CEOs are deemed to be failing within 18 months. So what makes a great leader?
It's a question that our next guest, along with her co-authors, set out to answer in a new book. It's called CEO Excellence, the 6 mindsets that distinguish the best leaders from the rest. Carolyn Jawar is senior partner at McKinsey & Company, also the co-author of that book. She joins us on the phone from the Bay Area. Carolyn, how are you?
Super. Thanks so much for having me.
Well, I just want to jump right into it because you have some incredible names in here. I mean, we're talking about CEOs of Netflix, JP Morgan Chase, General Motors, Sony, and more. What is it that sets apart an excellent CEO from a mediocre CEO or even a CEO that is going to fail after 18 months?
Absolutely. We set out to answer 2 questions. One was, what is the CEO role anyway, right? There's so much mythology around it. But second and most important is what really sets excellent ones apart. So we dove deep to identify who has really excelled in the role and spent one-on-one time with each of these names, as you said, and to really say, what is it that sets you apart? And it turns out it's actually more important how you think. What is your mindset? And from that comes all the behaviors that help you excel.
All right, I want to take a step back because I'm curious how you came up with the list of CEOs you wanted to talk to. What were the metrics that said to you, okay, these are excellent CEOs that are worth tapping into their thinking and having a conversation with?
Sure, absolutely. And as you can imagine at McKinsey, we took a quantitative approach and made sure it was fact-based. We started with all the folks who've been CEOs of Fortune 2000 companies in the last 20 years. And we filtered them on a couple of dimensions. First, they had to be top 2 quintiles in performance. So excess TRS versus others in their industry. We wanted them to have been enrolled for at least 6 years so that they've been enrolled long enough to have a track record and to have had to eat their own cooking, if you will. And then we did a screen for any reputation, behavior flags, things that we thought were important. And that took what started off as several thousand people down to a list of 200. And with those, we had the opportunity to sit one-on-one with nearly 70 of them.
Talk about some of the people on this list, because it's an incredible group of people. We're talking Reed Hastings, Jamie Dimon, Steve Schwartzman, and more.
Mary Barra.
Yeah, it was an incredible list. And as you say, we did push hard to make sure we had great diversity too. So there are folks across industries, across countries, and gender and ethnic diversity as well. Also a range of ownership structures. So what you'll see is we did not over-index on founder CEOs. So some of the big names you may expect to see aren't there. We do have Reed Hastings, we have some others. But frankly, founder CEOs have degrees of freedom that regular CEOs don't. And we wanted to make sure the insights applied broadly. And to that point, we were really surprised with some of the names you might not recognize, right, that aren't necessarily the celebrity CEOs, but have consistently delivered tremendously well. You think about folks like Doug Baker at Ecolab, Ivan at Diageo, folks that maybe fly under the radar, but just are delivering year after year.
You know, it's interesting, and I think about, to be fair, we talk to a lot of individuals who've written books about leadership, and I think we're always kind of in search for what makes the ideal leader. How from someone who has probably been following this for some time, how it's evolved, especially in the last couple of years because of the pandemic, because of a rise conversation when it comes to diversity, inequities, inclusion. How has it kind of evolved, if you will, in terms of leadership?
Absolutely. You know, the 6 jobs of a CEO have remained constant, and there's a lot of them, right? They have to set direction, get their organization right, their top team, their board, their stakeholders, and themselves. But I do think there's an evolution in terms of, you know, how boldly leaders are being asked to think and how broadly their mandate is, right? So 3 questions or 3 things that we heard from CEOs and how it's changed even in the last 2 years. One is this push to be 10 times bolder than they ever thought before, right? We've now proven to ourselves that we can move quickly and pivot on a dime because we've had to, right? Look at entire supply chains or business models, digital transformations that were supposed to take 3 years that happened in 3 weeks at the beginning of the pandemic. And so CEOs are now saying, now that we know we can move quickly, where else should we, you know, challenge those assumptions and apply that same kind of speedy thinking? And what enabled us to move so fast? Right? CEOs were skipping levels. They weren't waiting for, you know, 5 levels of PowerPoint before they got an idea. They were moving fast.
Right.
So being bold was a biggie. There were others too around stakeholders and how they had to show up.
Well, hang on for a second, Carolyn. We just got to do a little bit of news, but we'll come back and continue the conversation. We're going to come back to Carolyn Dewar, senior partner over at McKinsey & Company. Her new book out, CEO Excellence, The 6 Mindsets That Distinguish the Best Leaders from the Rest. And we'll get back to her in just a moment.
In the meantime, let's get to Washington, D.C., where we find Nancy Lyons. She gives us an update of world and national news. Hey there, Nance.
Thanks, Tim. There is at least one Republican senator who will be voting to confirm Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson to the Supreme Court. Senator Susan Collins of Maine says she'll back President Biden's nominee.
I decided that she had the qualifications, the experience, and the credentials that we require of a Supreme Court justice and warranted my support.
Senator Collins says she does not know how the rest of her GOP colleagues will vote. A yes vote from Collins, though, a moderate Republican from Maine, does allow the White House to call Jackson's confirmation bipartisan. Democrats on Capitol Hill are mounting a new push to send gasoline rebate checks to drivers. Bloomberg's Nathan Hager has more from Washington.
In a letter to House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Majority Whip Steny Hoyer, 4 Democratic lawmakers say they could pay for relief from the 18.4-cent federal gas tax by eliminating nearly a dozen tax breaks for the oil and gas industry. That includes deductions for intangible drilling costs and low production wells. The industry says it needs the breaks for cost recovery. President Biden asked Congress to eliminate some of those tax provisions in his budget proposal this week. In Washington, I'm Nathan Hager, Bloomberg Radio.
Well, the highest mortgage interest rates in 4 years are driving down refinance applications. The national average interest rate for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage shot up to 4.8%. That's the highest it's been since 2018, and that tanked refinance applications by 15% and left them 60% lower than this time last year. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons.
All right, Nancy Lyons, thank you so much. Carol Massar, Tim Stanovic, live in our Interactive Broker studio. We mentioned a headline. We want to dig a little bit deeper into this story by Robert Schmidt and Ben Bain having to do with SEC Chair Gary Gensler.
Yeah, this is coming from an interview. Securities and Exchange Commission Chair Gary Gensler tamping down speculation that a deal is brewing to keep about 200 Chinese stocks from losing their listings, signaling that only total compliance with U.S. audit inspections will allow the companies to keep trading on American markets.
So here's a direct quote Gary Gensler gave in an interview yesterday. There have been thoughtful, respectful, productive conversations, but I don't know where this is going to end up. It is up to the Chinese authorities, and it could be, frankly, a hard set of choices for them. And this is, the U.S. demanding that American regulators get full access to the audits. They want to really understand for U.S. investors exactly what these companies are and what a U.S. investor who buys a Chinese ADR, what they're investing in.
Some really important comments coming from the SEC chair here, Carol.
Mm-hmm.
He says, quote, if we're in the same place 2 years from now, many companies would be suspended.
2 years from now. That's a pretty long
Is it?
runway.
Think about where we were 2 years ago. Doesn't seem like we've come that far.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know.
guess.
Well, with regard, regulatory matters take a while.
Yeah, that's fair. Right?
So, I want to mention this part. The SEC chief's tough words showed that the U.S. remains unwavering in its demand that American regulators get full access to the audits.
Right. And his comments follow. We should just remind everybody that there were some recent statements from the Chinese government that it has made overtures to allow some U.S. audit reviews. The U.S. and China have really been at odds for 2 decades over the legal requirement. That's why I say another 2 years here, which is meant to protect investors from accounting frauds and other financial malfeasance. The issue escalated, you might remember, at the end of the Trump administration when lawmakers passed legislation that would delist foreign firms that refuse to comply. So again, it has to do with transparency so U.S. investors understand essentially what they're investing in.
Check out this story on the Bloomberg Terminal. As Carol mentioned, it is by Robert Schmidt and Ben Bain here at Bloomberg News.
Dozens of other countries, by the way, permit the U.S. audit inspections. This is Bloomberg Radio.
Headlines and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, the Bloomberg Business app, and at Bloomberg Quick Tape. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. Stocks lower for the first time in 5 days as hopes fade for de-escalation in the war in Ukraine. Investors are assessing risks to economic growth from accelerating inflation. Oil snapped a 2-day drop, climbed back above 107 a barrel. The dollar decline, yen bounces back from a 6-year low. S&P down 29, a drop of 0.6%. The Dow down 65, down 0.2%. NASDAQ down 177, a drop there of 1.2%. 10-year up 10/30 seconds, 10-year yield 2.35%, 2-year yield 2.31%. Spot gold up 0.7%, 19.33 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3%, 107.32 a barrel. The CEO of Walgreens Boots Alliance, Rosalind Brewer, is hinting at making a decision on whether to continue selling cigarettes in stores, potentially adding another large retailer to those abandoning the products. Walgreens shares lower today by 0.7%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. I want to get right back to our next guest, Carolyn DeWar. She's senior partner at McKinsey & Company, also the author of CEO Excellence, the 6 Mindsets that Distinguish the Best Leaders from the Rest. She joins us on the phone once again from the San Francisco Bay Area. Carolyn, I was telling Carol during the break that I wanted to really dig into the process because we have a bit of time with you, which we're really grateful to have. You wrote this book along with Scott Keller and Vikram Malhotra, senior partners, all of you at McKinsey & Company. What's it like to write a book with 3 people? I mean, how do you divide it? How do you divide the tasks? How do you collaborate together? How do you handle these interviews? Like, would one person do them or would all 3 of you do them? Give us an idea of how the sausage is made.
Absolutely. And in this case, it was almost like writing a book with 70 people because we had 67 CEOs that were co-authors that we spent real time with as well. And so I think we tried to bring the best of the best, right? You know, some of us are better writers. Some did the interviews. Some had incredible networks and pattern recognition over the years. And so we're used to working in teams at McKinsey, and we just kind of dove in as a team. We've known each other for 20 years, so that made it easy too.
So was there one, you don't have to say names, but are there CEOs
You
that
can, though. We encourage you to say
Well,
names.
I just do wonder, you know, Tim and I talk to a lot of CEOs too, and to be fair, I love those conversations. It's a high-level, top-down conversation, and we can get real big and macro about everything and anything in the world often. Some can be rather intimidating. Some can be like you're sitting down with a great friend. Talk to us about that process of the conversation back and forth, especially when you want to probe a little bit, maybe push a little bit, you know, because even great, respected, revered CEOs can get into some sticky situations.
Absolutely. And we really wanted to, you know, get behind the curtain in these conversations. They were very small, just 2-on-1, 1-on-1, not with, you know, all of their handlers with them. And for several hours, I do think the fact it was in the pandemic and they were largely working from home put them into a different frame of mind. And we really pushed on stories, right? And we got very specific. So, you know, with Ajay Gupta, who is the CEO at MasterCard, you know, he took us right to the time where a year into the role, he woke up in Singapore, having been on, you know, flights around the world. He realized his promise he'd made to his people of always replying to their emails before the end of the day just wasn't going to work. And it was a real wake-up call for him to say, what is the work that only I can do as a CEO? And how do I spend kind of the precious resources that time, not in an arrogant way, but how do I figure out what I should be doing and what I should be delegating and what's a rhythm that's going to make me last in this job as he did for almost a decade? Right? We got right into those moments of doubt and when they struggled, and I think that's where we learned the most.
Carolyn, a lot of the people who read this book are not CEOs, and they're probably not going to be CEOs. So what are the takeaways for those folks about the 6 mindsets that distinguish the best leaders from the other leaders that they can apply to their lives?
For sure. I think we thought we were writing a CEO book and realized quickly this applies to all of us, right? And so, you know, we talked a bit about being bold and really the importance of bold thinking and reframing what it is you and your team are trying to get done and how do you think big. The others also apply, right? The second around culture and talent, how do you treat the soft stuff with the same rigor as, quote, the hard stuff? right? And so these CEOs were very focused on what was the culture change or the talent they needed. They measured it. They monitored whether they were making progress. And best efforts was not a good enough answer, whether it's diversity and inclusion or culture or other things. They treated it as if it was an operational imperative, right? What would you do? You would follow up. You would have accountable leaders. You would make sure you made progress. They treated that soft stuff really importantly. That was one we can all apply. And then the last one, tying together a few on, we all have stakeholders that we're managing. They have boards and investors and community groups and regulators. But for any role that you're in, who are your stakeholders? And how will you get into the psychology of what are those people trying to achieve? How do you find win-wins where you're both trying to, solve for the same thing so that you can all pull in the same direction? I think, in your news in between this, you talked about people making calls on selling cigarettes, for example, right? How do you as a leader work through those decisions and balance all the stakeholders that you're having to meet the needs of?
All right, CEOs, cocky or humble?
More humble than I thought. How about that? And certainly
but confident.
CEOs, confident, but a huge learning mindset. So the humility came from them realizing they didn't have all the answers, constantly wanting to learn and grow. And in fact, several of them said, when you're not learning anymore and you're not willing to take a fresh view, it's time to move on.
That's so interesting. What about when it comes to your own life? And I like to ask this about always when I talk to authors who spend so much time within a subject, because I'm also interested about personal transformation. Can you give us an example of how you changed your life based on an interview that you did, or the way you looked at something differently based on a chapter that you wrote?
Oh, nice question, Tim.
Thank you.
That's a fantastic question. I think I would come to one of the CEOs coined this term, your to-be list is as important as your to-do list. And what he meant is how you show up in certain meetings with certain people, the ripple effect of your mood and how you role model leadership is as important, if not more, than anything you check off on your list that day. And that really struck me. And I've been, as I go into each situation, you still need to be yourself. But hey, am I trying to be inspiring? Do I need to lay down a hard line? What is my role in this meeting? And how do we make sure that I role model the kind of leader we all want to have?
All right, I'm assuming that anybody you asked in terms of CEO said, yep, absolutely, I'll sit down and talk to you for your book. Did some, though, say no? You don't have to say names, but are there some people who said, no thanks?
So it was remarkable. We asked 69 and we got 67. And I think the other two had legit reasons of they were managing kind of crises and things on the home front. But people were very open. And I think why is that all these CEOs who were at least 6 years in role said, I wish I'd had this book when I was starting out. 68% of the CEOs said they felt ill-prepared for the role, and they'd all had big jobs before, huge jobs. But there's something about this role that's different, and they wanted to share that advice and those wisdom with other people.
You have some great little worksheets, too, in the book, which is really fascinating in terms of kind of very complementary to these discussions. We got to run, but Carolyn, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. The book is CEO Excellence, The 6 Mindsets That Distinguish the Best Leaders from the Rest. Carolyn Duar, she's senior partner at McKinsey & Company, joining us on the phone from the Bay Area.
Well, standing by in Washington, D.C. right now is none other than Joe Matthew. He's the host of Sound On, airs weekdays at 5 p.m. Wall Street time on Bloomberg Radio. Joe, what do you have coming up on today's show?
Let's say, gosh, that's in like 4 minutes. We have a lot coming up here.
No pressure.
Including our conversation with Brian Higgins, the Democratic congressman from New York. This is, think Niagara Falls, okay? That's the district up on the Canadian border as we talk about Homeland Security, the budget, the war in Ukraine, energy prices, and a lot more to follow. And NASA today, you see that? Russians and Americans getting along? We'll discuss that later with Jeff Wise.
All right, looks like a really good show coming up. Joe Matthew with Sound On coming your way in just a few minutes' time. For Tim Stanovic and the whole Bloomberg Business Week team, I'm Carol Massar. Have a good and safe evening. This is Bloomberg.